this business meeting of the Moore County Board of Education into session. Is there a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to the motion stated in our agenda, and published in our agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, motion over here, second over there.
Wait, motion over here and a second over there.
Shannon and Pauline.
Shannon.
What's your base?
Shannon, Pauline.
Yeah.
Shannon, Pauline. Shannon for the motion, Pauline. I'm sorry,
You're fine.
a little tired here. Okay, so, any discussion? All those in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're going into closed session.
Okay.
Be back at 5:30,
Station.
calling the Board of Education, Moore County, into session.
You need it?
I'd like to call on our interim director of communications.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
We need
Let me
to,
also add,
we need
have
to,
recessed our, closed session. And we will be going back into closed session at the conclusion of this portion of the business meeting. But I want to assure the public that once we close the business meeting, there will be no public business discussed, so that you won't miss anything. But we just have some closed legal business to handle. Okay? All right, so at this point, let me call on Charles Batchelor, the interim director for communications, to both lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and give us our inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Board Chair. If you would please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm Charles Batchelor, like he said. I am the interim director for communications here, and I am excited to share with you today my personal inspiration. So when thinking about it, I remember being a junior in high school, looking at multiple colleges and some service academies, looking at what I wanted to apply to. And I was mostly interested in the Air Force Academy, and looking at that application process, it required a lot of work, and you had to be one of the best in the country to get into a prestigious program like that. And I just remember a little voice in my head telling me, because I was kind of feeling a little discouraged of like, how would I get into a program like that? And a voice in my head just told me, someone has to be that person that gets accepted in that program. And why not that someone be you? Mm-hmm. So now I did not get accepted into that program, but I did, however, earn a 4-year Army ROTC scholarship to Austin Peay State University. And when I got in that program, I found out that aviation is part of the Army. I didn't even know that at the time. And I was told then by people, you have to be one of the best in the country. They look at the top 10 to 15% to get into Army aviation. And that's when I told myself again, someone has to be a pilot in the Army. Why not that someone be me? Well, this time, 4 years later, I did branch aviation in the Army. I finished top 20% in the nation and was a distinguished military graduate. So my dream came true. I became a helicopter pilot. I got to fly for 8.5 years in the Army. And now I'm blessed to be here before you all, and I've been working here for the last 2 years. So overall, my inspiration that I just want to share with you all, when feeling down or looking at that next step, what you want to do, always think about someone has to be that person in that job. Why not that someone be you? Thank you very much.
Let's give that boy a contract.
And thank you for your service. We appreciate that. One thing I do want to add before we, well, let's go ahead to our moment of silence. I turn to the vice chair.
If everyone could join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think I sidetracked you with the announcement about the returning to closed session. We skipped over the approval of the business meeting agenda.
Oh, yes, we did, and I apologize. I apologize for that. Let me go ahead. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, is there a second? Second. Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I do want to announce to the public that Stacy Caldwell is actually with us today. She should be on the phone. She is very, very dedicated, and she has taken the time out of her vacation to be with us all day today, so we appreciate that. And we especially appreciate her dedication, and we'll let her get back to her vacation shortly. So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you, Ms. Caldwell. All right. Let us go at this point to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mr. Benway, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Holmes. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And there is a J, which is the personnel report. Was that approved, council, was that approved on the consent agenda?
That's part of the consent.
That's what I thought, but it was on the next page, so I needed to make sure that we got that. Okay. Do we have a public address to the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3 speakers this evening. I will call them up individually. The first speaker is Kate Bonsall. Kate Bonsall would like to step forward and speak. We apparently now have,
Hi, good evening. Thanks for allowing me to be here. Good evening to you all. You're all probably here for many of the same reasons that I'm here. I am a member of a group called Public Schools Strong, and that group is fighting for honest, equitable, safe, accurate, professionally staffed, professionally led, and fully funded public schools in North Carolina, every single county, all 100 of them. Right now we have groups in 35 counties, and we plan to have representatives in every single county in North Carolina, all 100 of them, by the start of the school year. If you would like information on how to join this organization, you may contact me. I am available on Facebook. Just search for my name. Mr. Levy pronounced it correctly. The last name is Bonsall, B-O-N-S-A-L. Let me talk a little bit about the goal that we're looking for. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that I'm here to support our schools. There's been a lot of communication lately that hasn't really given our community an honest picture of what's going on in our public schools. So that's the first thing I want to stand up for and ask that we have honest communication with parents and with community about the successes of our public schools and the enormous work that they do to support the children of this community who go on to become the adults of this community. Equitable public schools. That means that every child and every school has a fair shot. Every school has all the equipment they need. Every child has all of the help that they need to succeed. Safe. We've seen enough violence in other schools to know that we want our schools to be safe. And we're grateful for the Moore County Police and the service that they provide. Accurate. We want our education to share facts with our students. We don't share opinions. I spent 12 years as a teacher in Moore County schools, and I know for a fact that our teachers are not out there sharing opinions. They're helping kids learn facts. And finally, fully funded. We need to fight for every single dollar we can get. And if you're not doing that, then you're missing the point of your job. Thank you.
thank you for taking time out of your day to address us. The next speaker is Karen Tussing.
Good evening, board, and thank you for letting me speak. Good evening, fellow citizens of the community. My discussion today will just be about basically one topic. That is the proposal to build a new middle school for Area 1. Today, the board will discuss the proposal to build a new middle school in Area 1 to serve the needs of students living in Carthage. Before voting, I ask the board to please take a good hard look at the enrollment data, particularly current elementary and middle school data, not necessarily future projections. If you look at the data, the enrollment data for all of the elementary and middle schools serving Area 3 far exceed the enrollment data for Area 1. The facts are 4,565 elementary and middle school students live and are served by the Area 3 schools. 2,603 elementary and middle school students are served by Area 1 schools. With nearly 2,000 more students living in Area 3, how is it justifiable for the school board to spend $45 million to build a third middle school for Area 1? The answer is it's not justifiable. I would urge the board to vote no on a third middle school for Area 1. It is simply not needed for the population in Area 1. If and when the school board builds another middle school, it should be where the highest density of students live, so students can attend schools closer to home than being bused outside of their communities, and that highest density is in Area 3. And unfortunately, I don't have these for everybody. These are in the agenda that the school board has, and I just brought it to them now to look at it while I discuss this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amy Dahl.
Chair Levy, members of the board, Superintendent Locklear, good evening. Hello again. Before I start, I want to thank Mr. Benway for this afternoon opening a conversation into assessing student well-being. Thank you. I'm Amy Dahl, and in addition to being a stakeholder and an educator, I'm also a scientist and a data nerd. I want to talk to you tonight about data and school report cards. The data are multiple bits of information. When we analyze them with integrity and rigor, we can get meaning out of them. Without integrity, we mislead ourselves and others, and without rigor, we get nonsense. At the end of last month's meeting, I was so happy to hear that Mr. Holmes chose to place his children in Moore County schools and found that it compared favorably to the A-rated charter school they left, if I understood you correctly. Mm-hmm. And to hear Mr. Benway and Ms. Bruno share favorable observations from their school visits. You all seem to acknowledge that there are some good things that the school report cards maybe don't capture. I'm hoping that some of you will be open to a discussion of just what they do measure. North Carolina's current school accountability model, developed by non-experts in the General Assembly in 2013, is not sound. It sort of looks like it might be because it tests students and it compiles lots of numbers, but is it actually meaningful? Abundant research says no. It actually measures something else entirely. North Carolina school report cards measure one thing and one thing only: the affluence of the children in a school. I compiled data on all of the elementary schools in Moore County and the surrounding counties. Out of 80 public elementary schools in 9 counties, how many do you think received an A grade? 0. Not a single school received an A. Doesn't that make you question the scoring system? Mm-hmm. This graph, and the board has it, so I'm going to hold it up this way, shows the trend line of school score as the percentage of low-income students is increased. So low-income students increasing across the bottom, trend line of school score going down. There's a little dotted line. A level is here, B and above is here, or this line and above is B, C, D, and F at the bottom. Okay, here's another way of looking at it. Pie charts. Top chart is a low-income school. is all low-income schools with low-income students above 85%. Bottom is low-income below 25%. Blue is A, green is B, yellow is C, orange is D, red is F. Gives you a nice look at it. Schools with a lot of low-income students are clearly not meeting expectations. But the thing is this, more affluent schools are actually not doing any better. North Carolina's A-rated schools are no more successful at educating their low-income students than her F schools are. Our scoring system just hides this fact. Scientists call this an artifact. That's when there appears to be an effect, but owing to faulty data analysis, it's not what you intend to measure.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl. Your time's up.
Thank you for your attention. You have the rest of this.
Yeah, we will read it intently, and thank you again for taking time out of your day to address the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment period for today's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone. These comments were extremely meaningful, and the charts and the like were extremely meaningful to us. Okay, so let's go ahead to 8A, the organization and prioritization of the master facility plan projects. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As discussed in our work session earlier today, Ms. Purvis presented a summary of the work that we've done around the prioritized list of projects that the board approved in November of 2022. And at that point, those 9 projects for those major facility projects were not in a prioritized order. There's been work with the committees, that is, the Committee for Construction and Facilities has taken place over the last several months, looking at some of those priorities. And the list that we presented to you in prioritized order is, again, a starting point for us to engage with our Board of Commissioners in that discussion of these major projects. It allows for additional discussion back and forth with them, and for you to also have additional thoughts and ideas as we go deeper into this work. But we felt it was important to have a starting point to move forward and to start to move that train forward. I would ask Ms. Purvis, for the sake of this being our business meeting, to do a quick review of what our recommendation is, Ms. Purvis, if you could.
Yes, sir. You want to just skip to the recommendation?
Yes, if you would.
All right. So as we're looking at our recommendation, please remember the projects that you see on this recommended list are the 9 projects that were approved by the board in November. So as we take a look at the priority order of this recommended list, we see first we have increased capacity and modernization of Pinecrest and Union Pines. We know they've both been out of capacity for a long time. The replacement of Carthage Elementary School. With the replacement of Carthage Elementary School, keeping in mind that we could build that core capacity larger to compensate for some of the growth that we would see at Sandhills Farm Life and to absorb some of their growth there. Expansion of Cranes Creek Middle School to align with its core capacity. Currently, they have 13 mobile units. They're housing 591 students. By 2032, we do expect them to be out of capacity, so we'd like to expand that to get rid of those mobile units as well as bring their core capacity up to their 700 ability. Modernization of Sandhills Farm Life, modernization of West End, modernization and expansion of Cameron Elementary School to align with its core capacity, construction of a new middle school in Area 1, and completion of Northmore High School modernization. Total projected amount for these projects, and this is just a projection, is $428 million.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis. And again, this is my recommendation that to the board that we endorse this list of prioritized major facility projects, again, as a starting point, as we begin to engage in deeper discussions with our Board of Commissioners on this work and talking about funding paths and talking about, what might be the next steps. To points that the board made in our work session, there could be one of these projects that we begin before another project that's higher on the list at this time. So again, this is a starting point to begin and continue those discussions with our Board of Commissioners and to continue the work at the board level and with Ms. Purvis and myself. So this does come with my recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve a $400 million cost order of magnitude. We approve the bands of effort as worked and suggested by my committee on multiple occasions, and that each band have 3 associated notional courses of action.
What are you gonna explain what since this is a motion, the 3 notional courses of action?
Yes, but once it gets seconded and we open it up for discussion and
Remember,
debate.
you're putting in the motion that there's going to be 3 notional courses of action. So if you're going to put that in the motion, you need to say what those 3 notional courses of action are. You
Well,
could
you-
leave that out of the motion, I suppose.
No, Mr. Chair, you're welcome to amend my motion once it's seconded and we open discussion and debate, but let me read it again. My motion is to approve a $40 million cost order of magnitude.
Did you say, I'm sorry, did you say 40 or 400?
I'm sorry, $400 million order of magnitude. Bands of effort as worked and suggested by my committee, the Construction Facilities Committee, and associated notional courses of action for each band.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, so as maker of the motion, I will start my discussion. Mr. Batchelor, if you could bring up the presentation. As we discussed in this morning's work session, my concerns about the superintendent's recommendation is we got the cart before the horse. It's conclusionatory as to what our final courses of action are going to be. As an example, $45 million for an Area 1 middle school, and we just had a citizen step up here and say, hey, what about Area 3? Quite frankly, we really don't know where we need a new middle school. We know we need a new middle school, but we don't know where. That's why I say it's conclusionatory. I don't even know where that recommendation came from, because it certainly didn't come from my committee, and it certainly wasn't anything that we had briefed at a previous school board meeting. It talked about a $20 million replacement for Carthage Elementary. We've never discussed a replacement of Carthage Elementary. We've discussed courses of action. We've discussed, maybe we build another smaller school. I mean, me and the chair talked about this all the time. Maybe we build a smaller school on the edge of Carthage, we move the students there, and then we remodel Carthage. But here we go, without even talking to the county commissioners and getting their input or getting any stakeholders, we've jumped right to the conclusion of we're going to replace Carthage Elementary School. That's exactly what the previous board did when they spent $105 million on 3 schools. They jumped right to the conclusion and presented conclusions to the citizens of Moore County, and they presented conclusions to the county commissioners. We criticized them for that. We criticized them harshly for that, yet here we are proposing that we do the same thing. That is why, and also in that conclusion that the superintendent wants us to approve is building out the core capacity of Cranes Creek, when all along this board has made it a priority to get those students at Cranes Creek out of those trailers using existing funds. And as I said in this morning's work session, that's a $5 to $6 million project using existing funds from what we saved on the gyms. Let me say that again. That is a 12 to 18-month project using existing money that the $6 million, $5 to $6 million that we saved on the gym, but the superintendent has made that a $12 million project or a $15 million project that we need money from the county commissioners from and the commissioners. So that is why in our committee meetings, and you all were there, the members people who are members of the committee, and you guys have seen this, briefed this 3 times, and no one on this board objected to this. And that is why we came up with these 3 bands. Track 1 is the stuff that we're going to do right away. Right away, we revisited all our approved projects that had not that had not started construction. Remember, we did those 3 gyms at $3 million each, and it turned out they were $300,000 to $400,000 each, and we saved, gosh, $6 million on that. And then we had another project that we likewise saved 70% on or something. So we saved $7 million. And the idea of actually we saved $8 million or something like that. And we were going to do the other 2 or 3 gyms. And we were going to eliminate the trailers at Cranes Creek, not 3 years from now, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, not going to the taxpayers and asking for another 12 to 15 million, but we were going to do that track 1 right away to get our middle school children out of trailers, which we've had person after person come up here and say part of the fighting and problems that we have at Cranes Creek are the students going from the trailers. Ms. Bruno, you've talked to teachers about that. The students transiting from the trailers to the school. So that's why I have that on track 1, and that's why this board should vote to use existing funds and get that done by the end of like next school year, not 5 years from now. And then the remaining items, you really divide it into tracks. Look, we have an overcrowding problem in our high school. Do we modernize and expand Pinecrest? Do we modernize and expand Union Pines? Do we build a 3rd high school? We don't know yet. We've got ideas. We actually have 3 great courses of action, but no one's decided on that yet. That's why the plan is to have 1 track that talks about high school modernization and expansion. And if all of a sudden, before you've addressed the stakeholders, the county commissioners, the members of the public, the county planning people, before you've addressed all that, by God, we already know what we want to do. No, we don't know what we want to do. All we know is we've got a problem with our high school capacity, and we need to talk to the stakeholders, and we need to get their ideas. We need to present to them, and this is where, Mr. Chair, the 3 courses of action comes into being. And we've talked about this in the committee. For each one of these, we should present the stakeholders, here's 3 courses of action. And we've done that for the high schools already. We've got that. Track 3 is dealing with our elementary schools, middle school. Well, the last one there, expansion of Cranes Creek Middle School, that's a typo because that's already been taken care of. So track 3 is really what are we going to do with our elementary schools and how are we going to balance those and what's that going to look like? Which ones are we going to remodel? Which ones are we going to expand? We need to come up with 3 courses of action. We need to present those 3 courses of action to the stakeholders and then get their input, and then we come back and then we decide. We finalize a course of action, then we do a course of action development and decision. Then the last thing is construction of a new middle school. We don't know where the new middle school should go, just like we don't know where the new high school should go. We have to engage planning people. We have to engage demographic people. We need to engage the Moore County planners. We need to make sure that everything we do is in conjunction with the Moore County master plan. So what I am proposing and what my motion does is we know that this is going to be about $400 million over 10 years. And that's a high, assuming there's not some crazy unforeseen additional inflation, we know it's going to be at a $400 million effort over 10 years. So the concept is this: we go to the county commissioners, we go to the stakeholders, and we say, look, this is about a $400 million effort over 10 years. So you guys need to mentally start thinking about $400 million, $40 million a year, whether that's cash, bonds, or some combination of that. Here's our bands of effort. We're going to look at our high schools, and here's our 3 courses of action, the pros and cons and cost of each. Here's how we're going to address our elementary schools, and here's the pros and cons of each, and here's the cost of each of those courses of action, and here's how we're going to address our middle school constraints. And here are a couple courses of action of each. And then we present those notional, very notional courses of action with, rough orders of magnitude. We get their input, and then we come back and do a course of action decision. That is a planning process. It is a very methodical planning process. But what was presented by the superintendent bypassed this. I mean, it's already, we're going to build a middle school in Area 1. Well, just this morning, Ms. Purvis said, we need to re-engage the demographic people and make sure our demographic stuff is good. That's the trends and population. So we're putting the cart before the horse. That's why I made my motion to, once again, approve a $400 million order of magnitude, approve these bands of efforts, and then their associated courses of action. And the courses of action are rough courses of action. For example, high school modernization and expansion. And I'll just go through 3 courses of actions real quick. One is we can modernize and expand Pinecrest, and that's a $200 million effort. And by the time you're done with it, it's already overcrowded. We can modernize Pinecrest and Union Pines and expand them both, but you end up in the same boat. You spend $250 million. It's very expensive to expand Pinecrest, by the way, just the way it's laid out. And there's a lake up there, in case you guys didn't know. You got to relocate the lake down by 15501. So you don't get anything by that. Or you could, by far, once people see the courses of action, if you modernize Pinecrest, you modernize Union Pines, and then you go out somewhere and you build a 3rd high school, you actually, 8 years from now, once you're complete, you have extra capacity, where the first 2 courses of action, you spent $250 million and you already exceeded your capacity before you're done, and you save money. So that is the process that I am proposing, and that's I've been very consistent in our facilities committee. This is the process that I briefed all along, and I don't know how it went from, okay, we're going to do it this way, we're going to do it this way, to all of a sudden I see this conclusionary stuff, and I just don't support the conclusionary stuff because that's what we criticized the previous board for doing.
Yes,
Can I say something?
please.
First of all, we have promised since I have been on the board about the gym, about the roofing and the windows for our gyms. I mean, I don't know how you could tolerate being in a gym in this heat. And I really think that that's the first thing that we should do on our agenda. We've been promising it to these people. We passed the bond. Wasn't that bond money for this?
We have the money to do the gyms.
I know we have the money, but these people
we're
have
also
been.
doing them. We're currently doing them.
I know, we're on the first 3.
Correct.
But the next 3 need to be done before we do anything else. That's what I'm saying, that we really need a priority here, and those gyms, to me, are a priority.
Okay, Dr. Locklear,
I'll offer clarification.
please.
Thank you. Just wanted to offer a little bit of clarification. The first is that this prioritized list is based on the prioritized list that the board approved in November 7th, 2022. That's what it's based on. And certainly try to, this recommendation, again, is intended to be a starting point, not a conclusionary, not that this is exactly what we're doing, this is exactly how much it's going to cost. There is no room. This is really an opportunity. I felt like I needed to make this recommendation to the board so we'd have a starting point to take the next steps with our county commissioners, that we have an official prioritized list. That doesn't mean that once we start that conversation that that's not going to change, that we're not going to get more information or decide to do something before we do something else. But this is truly a starting point for us to engage in that conversation, and that's what I intend it to be. And I also, when working with Ms. Purvis, tried to represent these tracks, if you will, that I know Mr. Hensley has talked about on several occasions and talked about in our committee meetings, and tried to represent that, again, in these projects, noting that, again, these 9 projects are the ones that were approved as the master facility plan projects. You're right, Ms. Bruno, those gyms, we need to get those done, and that money and funding is from bond premium funds that the county very generously put towards that task. We're hoping to bid out on those first 3 gyms in July, and then hoping to bring in recommendations for being able to bidding out, what do we say, November? Is that what we're saying? We're hoping for the next 3 or possibly next 3. So you're right, we need to move forward with those as quickly as possible. But again, want to just clarify that.
Dr. Locklear, your priority list does not supplant the gyms.
No,
Am I
sir,
correct?
that's not on this list
That's-
because of that. Yeah.
Right, because we're already doing it, and that is, maybe perhaps that's a super priority.
Gyms are first.
Yeah, but go
They're
ahead. I didn't
ongoing
mean
right
to
now. Yes, ma'am.
interrupt, I just wanted to
And-
clarify.
And I just want to also note I do, like Mr. Hensley notes, we are optimistic we'll see savings from the gym projects and have money in the bond premium funding that we could go back to our commissioner and say, hey, we've got this much savings from that money. We'd like to apply it to this project. What that savings would be, I don't think we know quite yet because we haven't bid these projects out. We haven't got that in yet. We think we have a good idea that we've got considerable savings on the first 3, and then we'll see where we land with the next. But that information, we don't have that yet. But that savings could be applied to another project that the board would like to do, like modulars at Cranes Creek, if that's what the board decided to do.
That's another thing that we've promised,
Yes, ma'am.
is getting those modules out.
Okay, yes. Shannon, were you trying to
Yeah,
get the
turn
floor?
on your microphone.
Okay, other people want the floor before I talk?
Yes, I have something.
Yes, please, Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, yeah, so I'm on that committee with David, and I have to agree with him. We talked about these tracks several times. What I do see is that what the Dr. Locklear has presented and what David has are very similar. David, I believe, has it more broken down, which I like, and to me, I think when we present something to the county commissioners, we need to be concrete like that. We need to have it broken down and explained very well, like David was talking about. I don't agree with the part of, this is a starting point. We can talk to the county commissioners about it, only because to me, it's a little bit more wishy-washy. I'd rather come to them with a concrete plan of like, hey, this is what we're doing. And as far as the new middle school, I wanted to address that, and I know, David, you addressed it already, but we did not decide whether it was going to be Area 1. We actually were even thinking about it being between, we're just, of course, you have to find land for all of that, but, we were thinking to relieve a lot of the Pinehurst, West Pine area as well. So we were all over the place with that, and that's why David has construction of new middle school. We didn't want to label that because we really aren't sure, and that's kind of why it's on the line of track 4. So I think, what David has, the projects are a little bit more just laid out as far as a menu-wise that I like. Of course, the first 2 we are doing, and I know our third one with eliminate the trailers, that was really high on our, this board's priority, especially David and I. So, David, I have to agree. I'd like your projects broken down better than what was presented today. Not that any which way is wrong. I just think yours is more laid out and concrete to present to the commissioners.
Anybody else? Okay, so can I get the slide on the overcrowding, on the projections?
That's in Ms. Purvis's presentation.
Is it? Okay. While he's getting that, let me tell you. We have to look at the data. And, as much as, thank you. Is that on Pinecrest? Is Pinecrest that long red line?
Right here, yes, sir.
Okay. And let's look at that long red line there and bring it up a little bit. And let's also look at Union Pines. there should also be a long red line on Union Pines, okay? So what we have to look at is the fact that that the data shows us that we are overcrowded at Union Pines and Pinecrest. And we are overcrowded by approximately 1,000 students. Actually, it's about 960 or something like that. So something needs to be done immediately on that. Dr. Locklear is proposing a priorities list. I believe we need to do a new high school, and on your priorities list, the only way I would amend it would be to say, and/or build a new high school, because it seems to say we're going to expand the old one. And I don't think we've quite decided that, although I have my preferences to a new high school because I believe in smaller schools. I may be in the minority, but I'm going to vote against this proposal because I believe that the superintendent's proposal, although I also differ with the priorities on that proposal, the way it's laid out, because as I look at the overcrowding and the red lines, what I really see is a certain number of schools which are overcrowded and which are overcrowded to beat the band. But I know that it's going to cost us about $200 million to do a new high school. And I don't think that we should be appropriating, which I think this motion does. It appropriates $400 million to do something we don't know what we're going to do. Normally, when you give something to a committee, what happens is that the committee comes to the board with its proposal. And that proposal actually becomes a motion without a second, all right? Because it is a motion of the committee. The problem is the committee has not come to, they've been talking about everything, but the committee has never come to us with a concrete proposal. What Dr. Locklear is saying is in November 2022, we had this list. We approved it. And he's simply working off of the list that we approved. My feeling is that although I think I can argue later the priorities of the list, I would prefer, if this was voted down, to go ahead and list as our top priority either a new school, which is my preference, and I believe it's also David's preference, or an expansion of Pinecrest and Union Pines High School as our number one priority, so that we can go to the Board of Commissioners and say, this is where we want our money placed first. Now, that really doesn't hurt the gyms, because that money we've already ordered that to be done. And it may not even hurt Cranes Creek, although one of the problems with Cranes Creek, I'd like to get these kids out of those trailers too, okay? But as I look at things like Farm Life, which is a small school and a great school with a history, which is amazing history, yet they're going to be overcrowded. And we need some solutions for Farm Life. Whether we're going to put Cranes Creek ahead of that and other things, I don't know. The only thing I do know is that as we're sitting here, 1,000 students are in 2 overcrowded schools. So I would be in favor with that. I'm going to vote against this. And I would be in favor of the superintendent's priority list with the addition. If it's down, I will offer an amendment to that to say that our top priority should be the high schools and that to add and/or the creation of a new high school. Mr. Benway, are you trying to get the floor?
I am.
Okay, please.
Okay.
The great thing about, for those of you who have not been involved in planning, this is what's called the sausage-making phase of the planning effort, okay? We tend to get ahead of ourselves and we bounce back and forth. I, for one, think that we've got two fairly solid documents there that need to be reconciled before we come to a final conclusion on prioritization. And I suggest we do that. I guess you could say.
You wish to send it back to committee?
I think so.
Okay, well, that can be a motion. The motion is appropriate at any time. Do you make such a motion?
I do.
Okay, there's a motion to refer this matter back to committee. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Is there discussion
wait,
on the
wait.
motion? It's your committee.
I understand, but there's a motion on the floor, so you're going to make a motion to refer something to a committee before the discussion of the motion. Let me insert
yes.
Robert's rules on this.
Yes, a motion to refer a matter to committee. Actually, I could have referred it to committee by my edict before the discussion began.
Right, but now that the
Okay,
discussion.
but now that the discussion has begun, a motion to refer to committee, I believe, counsel, you'll correct me, is available at any time.
That is correct.
Okay, so I have a motion.
Wait, Mr. Chair, I request a recess so that we can actually be sure and consult Robert's rules, because I'm not sure that's how that works. And if you're 100% sure, boy, I'd hate for you to be wrong on this.
I am 100% sure, because one of the things that I've done and done well over the years is Robert's Rules of Order. And thanks to an organization, a youth organization that I belong to, which kind of specialized in that when I was younger. But besides that, I'm quite familiar with Robert's Rules.
Okay, well, here, why don't you show me in there where it's at?
Okay, I don't intend to start
Well,
going through.
point of
a
order,
giant-
I want to see it, I want to see it, I've never,
I believe council is locating it for us. Excuse me, I believe council is locating it for us, if I'm not
and I'd like to see the
mistaken.
reference too, Mr. Schwartz, once you found it. I'm not sure why we can't finalize discussion on this, but
Well, I'm going to tell you, because I don't think we're ready to do it. And we're hopeful that the committee will meet and will bring us, yes.
You can have a motion to refer to committee before voting on a main motion,
Okay,
which is what
thank you.
this is now.
Thank you.
can I
I'm
see
pretty
that?
good, I'm
Can I
pretty
see
good
that,
with,
please?
are you doubting council? Gee. I'm pretty good at Robert's Rules of
May-
Order.
May I, if I may point out one thing? You've got, tonight you approved your November 7 minutes, November 7, 2022 minutes.
Yes.
And at that meeting,
I referred it to committee.
well, at the work session on October 31, prior to the November 7 meeting,
Wait, we weren't even, Mr. Levy wasn't even the chair then, so Mr. Levy didn't refer anything to a committee in November of
You said
2022.
November
referring to the
22?
board. I'm referring to the board, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't refer that to committee.
No, I thought he was talking about something else. I apologize.
During the October 31, 2022 work session, there was a list of projects presented to the board for consideration. And there were 4 projects on the final version of the master facilities plan as approved in October of 2015. And the facilities committee had met on October 14, 2022, and put together a proposed list of projects for the board's consideration to include in the master facility plan. And that was presented to the board at its October 11 regular meeting. And there were lists in no priority order that were unanimously approved at the November 7 board meeting. And I believe that's the list that is in the superintendent's recommendation.
Right, that's
So,
correct.
so that list was already approved by the board previously on November 7. All right, in no priority order. And so now you've got a recommendation from a committee, you've got a motion that I would suggest may need to be more specific. And now you've got a motion to refer this back to committee. The motion to refer it back to committee can take precedence over the main motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion. Was there a second?
And it should state the name of the committee.
Okay, all right. It's going to the building committee. Okay. Construction and Facilities Committee, is that what it's called? Okay. I named it, and I've forgotten what I called it. Okay.
So you've got a
we have
motion by
on the
Mr.
floor.
Benway, second by Ms. Bruno to refer this matter to the Construction and Facilities Committee.
Is there further discussion on the motion to refer to committee?
There is.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Bruno. go.
Yeah, I don't. If you send it back to the same committee that created it, what's going to change?
Well, the committee theoretically will come to us with a concrete motion, which we can either approve or disapprove that motion. The committee has not come to us with a motion. Okay?
Isn't this kind of their motion?
No,
Was that
actually,
fair?
this is Mr. Hensley's motion. This is not the committee's motion. The committee can create a motion such as the policy committee has a motion, please approve our policy. And we name the policy.
Okay.
Yes, counsel?
As I understood what Mr. Benway said, and I don't know if this is part of your motion or not, prior to making the motion, he said he thought there were two proposals that had good qualities, I'm paraphrasing now, good qualities in each, and that he would recommend referring this back to committee
To reconcile them.
to reconcile them.
Okay,
So I think that was part of the motion, if I understood it.
yes, okay. All right, so we have the motion to refer to committee. Is that debatable?
Yes.
It is, okay. So is there other discussion on the motion to refer to committee?
Yes, of course.
All right, of course.
So, everything that Mr. Bentway wants to refer this to the committee for has already been done. It just hasn't been accurately presented here today. And you have, who are the three members of the construction committee, by the way? Building and construction?
Yourself, I don't know offhand, who else?
Mr. Benway, Ms. Codwell, and
Right.
Mr. Hensley.
So
Mr. Chair.
two-thirds of the members are on the same sheet of music on this, and that's Ms. Caldwell and myself. Again, what's going to come out of the committee is going to be the exact same thing. It's going to be an order of magnitude of $400 million. And by the way, that's not a firm budget number. As I explained in excruciating detail this morning, that's just a planning factor to set people's expectations in their mind. We expect, hopefully to come in less. I even said that this evening, and I said it repeatedly this morning, but for some reason it got construed as a concrete number. The recommendation is going to be the same because what I'm following is really the military planning process. Is you have course of action development, and then you have course of action briefing, and then you have course of action decision. So we can kick the can down the curb 2 more months, but time's a ticking. The recommendation is going to be 90% the same. And that is an order of magnitude of $400 million, because and by the way, I'm giving the reasons why not to postpone this. We already know what the order of magnitude is. It was briefed by Ms. Purvis this morning as blessed by the superintendent. It's $400 million, maybe 425. I might have rounded down a little bit, because my theory, anything that SFLS says, you just multiply by 0.6. So the recommendation is going to be the same. We give all the stakeholders, to include the county commissioners, a planning factor. We know that's $400 million. Maybe it's 425, but we know that's it. we're going to do these bands of effort because we don't want to be conclusionatory. I mean, as I said, if you go to the superintendent's plan, please, that's where I threw you for a loop there, Mr. Batchelor, is you were going to pull mine up and I wanted the superintendent's. His is conclusionatory, and I'll show you exactly where it's conclusionatory. He's got a middle school in Area 1. We don't know that. We're going to go where the demographic study and the county planning document says to put it. He's got a $9 to $12 million for expansions of Cranes Creek Middle School, where we already know we're going to pay for that out of the $5 or $6 million that we save from the gyms. That shouldn't even be on this list, because we're going to pay for that, and we've talked about this ad nauseum. We're going to pay for that out of the money that the previous board allocated, the $3 million per gym that ended up being $400,000 to $600,000 per gym, the $5 million we saved from there. We're going to do this. So we know the order of magnitude. We know that we have these bands. The band can be tweaked a little bit. I've seen a couple things there that maybe we tweak it a bit. And then we have courses of action for these. And Ms. Purvis has these courses of action. We have 3 courses of action for the high school. I quickly ran through them. We have courses of action. I know Ms. Purvis has been working diligently on our elementary schools. And some of them, like a middle school, is, look, we need a middle school, but we don't know where we're going to build it. But yet here we are, when I say it's conclusionatory, Area 1. And we're just not ready to vote on that. That is why mine is, it's not intentionally vague to be vague. It's somewhat vague, so that when we're talking courses of action and we're actually brainstorming it, we're not locked into one plan, and people don't feel like they're being locked into one plan. I remember on election night, I was talking with Frank Quiz, and the only time I ever talked to Frank Quiz, and I said, look, here's how we're going to do the building. We're going to come to you, and we're going to present to you all early in the process courses of action. And then we're going to get your input on the courses of action, and then we're going to analyze your input, and then we're going to come back to you with refined courses of action. And he was so happy. He's like, finally, they're going to get our input early. So my point is, the process is going to be the same. But if you want to refer it to a committee and kick the can down the curb 2 more months, the chair made an impassioned speech that there's thousands of students in overcrowded high schools. He's not wrong, but kicking the can down the curb just to present courses of action in order of magnitude and get the input to from the county commissioners and other stakeholders, kicking that can down the curb 2 months in order to do that isn't going to get that high school built any faster. And,
May I?
yes, sir.
I think we have enough variance between the two issues here that we need to sit down and do something novel. Let's work together and reconcile this. And I think the best way to do that is in a committee meeting dedicated solely to that purpose.
Oh, I am 100% for that. I would like a commitment from the chair that he's going to respect the committee and not bypass it, which has happened a couple of times in the last month that I've documented this morning.
Excuse me. I referred all these matters to your committee, and Mr. Hensley, you decided not to take up these matters with the committee, but you brought it back to the board, okay?
No, sir, you
No,
didn't.
no,
You referred
excuse
them
me,
to-
Mr. Hensley.
You referred them all to the policy
You're out of order,
committee.
Mr. Hensley.
You referred them all to the policy committee.
I am talking, Mr. Hensley.
You didn't refer a single one of
We
them to
will
my committee.
stand in recess.
Can I say something, or
No,
are
we're
we
gonna
out?
stand in recess so that I don't want to be interrupted. It'll be just 1 minute in recess. One of the things that we have to do here is we have to let each person talk. Mr. Hensley, I will let you talk as soon as I am finished talking.
I would like to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
too.
Go ahead.
No, when you're finished talking.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll give you the floor when I'm finished talking. All right, and I'm, interestingly enough, I think I've lost my train of thought. Where we are at right now is a motion to refer this matter to committee, okay? The discussion needs to be germane to referring it to committee. A part of the motion is that the committee can reconcile these two courses of action and bring them into one course of action, okay? I'm seeing a reluctance on the part of the board, part of the vice chair, to in fact do that. So that's a problem. But I hope that if we decide to table or to refer to committee, excuse me, that the committee, that the building committee, will seriously take these two courses of action and mold them together. I think Mr. Benway has a good idea. Okay, and you know, one of the more interesting things is that this also gives us a chance for public input into the big question of whether we're going to expand Pinecrest and Union Pines, or whether we're going to build a new school, because there are pros and cons of both. I favor a new school and a small school, but the public may differ. Okay, so I'm in favor of the motion to refer back to committee.
Can I speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am not the chair of this board, but I am the matriarch of this board. What is going on with this board is absolutely despicable. We have very, very intelligent people on this board with a lot to give to this community, and this stops right now.
Shame on y'all.
I have spent this past year, Mr. Benway and me and several other of you on the board, going from school to school, going to every single meeting, attending everything, to win the trust of this community, to win the trust of these schools. Because let's be honest, we weren't their first choice. But we're here and trying to win their respect, trying to win their trust is important. And to do this in front of the whole community is awful. What you are doing is destroying all the work that we have done since we've got elected. It needs to stop. It needs to stop now.
It really does. Can I say something?
I'm sorry.
What the public doesn't know is that David and I, we left from the back session because I was personally tired of it. I'm going to make a motion here whenever it's appropriate to move letter F up to where letter B is. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if this happens anymore, I'm done today. I've been nauseated all day. I haven't been feeling very well. I've left a couple of times. I've even laid down in the back a couple of times. So I really don't want to sit here and listen to a bunch of grown men bitch.
Okay, all right.
I'd also like to say that I apologize to the school district, to the community. I'm not apologizing for anybody on this board. I am apologizing for myself because the community, the children, everybody who works in this school does not deserve this.
Okay, other people?
I'd
Yes,
just
ma'am.
like to get back to the agenda item, what we're trying to get done here. And I'm wondering, I believe that the only issue that we have is the Area 1. We've already voted on proceeding with this back in November, as has already been stated. can we just remove Area 1 as being the designated place to build a middle school and proceed as from there and move along to our next agenda item? Is that appropriate? How,
Are you asking about approving the superintendent's recommendation?
yes.
And
Mr.
so-
Chair,
so
point of
What you
order.
would have to do, we'll treat it as a point of information.
Okay.
What
Thank
you would have to do in order to do that is we have a current motion to refer the matter back to committee.
Committee, I understand, no,
You
I-
would vote down that motion to refer it back to committee. Then you would vote down the motion of Mr. Hensley. And then you would make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation with the following amendment, and that
Yes.
is your amendment. So that is how that would proceed,
okay.
should you desire to do that.
May I reference Mr. Hensley with that? It seems, as Mr. Benway has already said, that they're very similar in we have to vote on this right here because we've already approved it. I'm correct in that, right?
We have to,
We have to go ahead and make a or vote to proceed.
Mr. Chair,
as
point of
the-
order.
Let me see
okay,
what this is.
she's, as soon as she's concluded her.
Point of order
as
is
soon as
addressed
she
when
has-
it's raised.
She has approved, okay, Mr. Hensley, please. She is in the middle of a point of order. As soon as she is finished with her point of order, then we will go to your point of order. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Locklear is requesting that we begin the organization and prioritization of the Master Facilities Plans Project, which we voted on.
Mr.
not-
Chair, this is not a point of order. She's engaging in discussion. And my point of order is when
Okay.
you earlier ruled that
I-
everything had to be germane to the motion to refer this to committee, and this is outside of that.
Mr. Hensley, please. I've already been rebuked by two members of the board. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps these, and I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. Perhaps they're saying.
you rule
that
on my
you
point
and
of
I-
order, please?
You're trying, you're, you know, what I'm trying to prove here is that I'm trying to run a meeting, but I believe I am getting, and I want everybody to look at this, I believe I'm getting interrupted. I have got to have control over the meeting. And I've got to, there are ways to deal if you dispute what I'm doing here. But what I am ruling is that we will finish the point of order by Ms. Davis. Then I will be open to other points of order. Points of order do take precedence. So go ahead, Ms. Davis. Or maybe your point of information.
But
Go ahead.
point of information, for how you explained to me for us to proceed with letter A of our pending action and discussion. So to strike down the motion, I'm sorry, but you'll have to repeat what you told me to do. 'cause-
Okay.
or
You
if
would
the-
vote,
Yes.
vote down the motion you vote against the motion to refer back to committee, or if Mr. Benway is persuaded, Mr. Benway could withdraw his motion. It's possible. But I don't know where Mr.
Won't ask.
Benway
Yeah.
sits on that. Pardon?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Whatever
You would
want.
vote against the motion. Then you would also vote against the pending motion by Mr. Hensley. Then you would make your own motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent with the additional caveat, which is an amendment to that recommendation, that we eliminate the Area 1 school. Okay, so that is, so you would then have control of the process. Okay? All right, so there is a point of order. Mr. Hensley?
Yes, my point of order was that Ms. Davis's, my point of order was this, that earlier you rebuked a board member by saying that all discussions had to be germane to Mr. Benway's motion to send this to a committee. Then when Ms. Davis spoke broadly about the motion, about the merits of the motion, you allowed that. So you shut down one board member saying that all the comments had to be focused on Mr. Benway's motion, but then you allowed other people to engage in broader discussion that wasn't what you earlier ruled. That was my point of order.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you feel that my rulings are unfair. I do stand by my rulings. And I think that is, I gave that information as a point of information to Ms. Davis, and I'll stand by that ruling. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. The motion is to refer the matter back to committee. I respect, I'll add one other thing. I respect Mr. Benway, and I would be actually in favor of his motion, but I'm not so sure it's going to do any good. I really think that the brilliance, I'd say brilliance, really, of Ms. Davis may give us the correct path. So that's why I feel the way I do. So I think you're on the right track.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so now we are on the main motion, okay? So, is there any further discussion on the main motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, I better raise your hand.
Excuse
me?
I really want to make sure that our priorities for the number one thing besides the high school, the gyms are taken care of. What about Cranes Creek?
Well, theoretically, I'll treat that as a point of information, You could further change the list of Dr. Locklear and place that on top of the list if you wish. That could be a further amendment to Dr. Locklear's motion. She would have a motion, her amendment would be to eliminate the Area 1 school. Your amendment would be to place, maybe even as a priority above the high school, I don't know, whatever you like, of Cranes Creek. That's a possibility.
I just think that we have said it so many times that we need to get those children under brick and mortar and out of where they are.
Ms. Bruno, that's number 3 on the priority list.
Replacement.
Mr. Chair, if I could
Okay,
speak, please.
just one-
We seem to be
one-
going
one
back
second,
and
I'm not
forth.
so sure.
Okay.
Ms. Bruno, so that's number 3 on the priority list.
Okay, that's
So-
fine.
All right, yes. Is there,
Yes, I have something. So,
well, let me, I want to make sure that I'm tracking this correctly. We are still on the, we are on the main motion. We're on the main motion. Okay, yes,
So-
Mr. Hensley.
so Cranes Creek shouldn't even be on there. We already have the money. It's a $5 to $6 million project. We have the same, this is why this is flawed. Cranes Creek, as I said this morning, as I've said twice this evening, and as Ms. Purvis has verified, we have the savings from the gyms and the roofing project, where we save $7 million.
make sure
No,
it's done.
hold on. But I'm pointing out the flaw of this. Cranes Creek shouldn't even be on there. We are, unless the superintendent spent it without our knowledge, right? Unless that money has somehow been spent without our knowledge, which I doubt is the case, we have $7 million. Cranes Creek, the expansion, getting the students out of the trailer is a $5 to $6 million project. We have the money for that. That's the problem with that plan. This plan has several problems. One is Cranes Creek shouldn't be on there. We already have the cash to do that. If you go back to my plan, we'll have that done by, you don't need to pull it up, by by December of 2024. If we stop pussyfooting around, we would have that done, and we would already have the planning underway to spend that $5 or $6 million. That was my number one priority. Getting those gyms done and getting those students out of trailers was my number one priority. That's why I briefed it 3 times in January and February and March. 3 different times I briefed that. But yet, here it is. The other problem with this plan is, as I mentioned this morning, the chair wants to say, we got to do the high schools first. We got to do the high schools first. Well, we cannot think that way. And as I said this morning, the reason we can't think that way, we have to think in bands. We got to remodel and modernize some. We got to address our high schools, modernization and capacity. We got to address a new middle school. We got to address elementary schools. As I laid out this morning, as I did briefly this evening, is we know that's going to be about $400 million. But each of those projects is going to take a life of all of its own. For example, building a high school, that might be our that might be our biggest need. And it is, if you look up there, high school capacity is red, red, red. But before we build a high school, we got to we got to revisit our population study. We got to buy a couple hundred acres of land. We got to find a couple hundred acres of land. We got to buy it. That high school is 3 to 4 years out before we turn the first spade of dirt. Mm-hmm. That's why you can't be conclusionary and say, we're going to do the high schools first. What you got to do is say, look, we're going to do high schools. That includes modernization of existing high schools and building a new high school. That's going to be the course of action we select. Let's just pretend that's it. Then we're going to build a new middle school, and we're going to put it here, right on the border of area 1 and 3 to make everyone happy, right? We'll put it right there so it just straddles area and everybody's happy. And then we're going to do something with Carthage, maybe build a second school. But all of those can begin at different times. What's important now is that we tell the community and we tell the county commissioners, this is going to cost $400 to $425 million. County commissioners start reserving $40 million a year, and they start putting that away so that when we need it and can spend it wisely, they have the money already set aside. Then we start doing our planning, and we go through an iterative planning process, and we come up with final courses of action. Once we have our final courses of action, then we'll have a much better idea of how long the start of each project can begin, because you got land acquisition for some you're remodeling. So that's the flaw with this. First of all, it has wrong information on here, for example, Cranes Creek. Secondly, we are not in the position, as I said this morning, we are not in a position where we can prioritize this. And anyone who says, oh, we're going to do the high schools first, well, we're going to do that before we get the students out of Cranes Creek, out of trailers. We could do that in 12 months or less. Again, this is conclusionatory, it has wrong information, and it's too specific for where we're at on the planning process.
Okay. And I will take the last word as the chair. Okay. The bottom line here is that the superintendent has told us that that these are the priorities that he sees. And we can do several things at once. I'm actually thinking that we're all talking about the same thing, okay? That we are not locked in. But we're presenting to the county commissioners our order of priorities, and there's nothing to say that we can't do Cranes Creek while we're looking around for a piece of land for the schools. But we're saying to the county commissioners, our number one priority is the new high school. And we need for you guys to get the amount of money that you need together somehow to do that new high school. We place that at the highest priority. But that doesn't mean that we can't, I believe I'm correct, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dr. Locklear, that we can mess around with this priority list later on. That what we're doing is we're simply showing the county commissioners this is where we stand. So I would recommend that we vote down this motion and that we look more toward Ms. Davis's motion, but, you know, the board will do what the board will do. Okay? All right, so let's move.
Can you just reiterate what we're voting
Yeah,
for before we
please.
start
Yes.
voting?
I will restate the motion with the chair's permission.
Could council restate the motion as you have it?
As I have it, the motion is to approve a $400 million order of magnitude bands of effort as worked on and suggested by my committee and associated 3 courses of action and notional courses of action. I'm not sure I know what that means, but that's what I had from the motion.
Okay,
What part is unclear?
I'm not sure what bands of effort is worked on and suggested by my
The
committee.
bands of effort are what are right there. They're called track 2, track 1, track 2, track 3. So perhaps bands of effort should be tracks.
And associated 3 courses of action and notional courses of action.
So that is incorrectly stated. It should be, and rather than limit it to 3, it should be notional courses of action for each band/track. Courses of action are proposed alternatives.
okay. All right.
Does that clarify it? So each one of those tracks are grouped together by what they're trying to accomplish, and each track we should present to the stakeholders notional alternatives on how we're going to address each one of those tracks.
As a point of order, the problem is that what you just said is not in the motion, and that as a motion, I'm totally confused as to what the motion means. But if you people know, then you people know.
Okay,
I'm
look,
not
wait,
sure.
track 1 is virtually done, correct? Not done, but what is there, we don't have to go to the commissioners for
Correct.
it.
We have the money based upon preliminary estimates on what we really think it'll do to build Cranes Creek out to its core capacity. We believe that we have the money to do everything with track 1, and none of that needs to go to the county commissioners. 100% of that is funded with the savings that we did from the extravagant spending of the previous school board by revisiting their
So what you're doing
projects.
here is you're starting with track 2.
Correct. That right there under the 10-year plan is what we present to the public and the county commissioners. That's why it's separate under redo the 10-year plan.
But
If I could-
the problem is that that's not part of the motion. His slides are not part of the motion. What Dr. Locklear is showing us here is actually a list, and I understand the list. I don't understand something like tracks and notional things, and which are just not part of the motion, but that's,
My slide is a part of my motion every bit as much as Dr. Locklear's slide is part of his motion. How can his slide be part of a motion and my slide not be part of a motion?
because you didn't, one of the things that might have happened, I'll treat that as a point of information. One of the things that might have happened is that your committee might have come to the board with a full motion saying, track 1, we would go on track 1 doing this. We'll go on track 2 doing that. One of the biggest problems that we have, is this the first I've seen this?
Jesus, I call the question.
All right, there is a motion to call the question. There is a motion to call the question. That means that it does take a 2/3 vote that will end debate. Do I need a second to call the question?
I hope not.
I don't think so.
I'll second it if he does.
Okay,
We got a second.
Hold on a second.
so we have a second. So we'll assume that we have a second. We need a second. So we have it. If we don't have it, that'll be Ms. Davis. Okay? All right. All those in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, please raise your hand. We have one? We have two. All those opposed, please raise your.
My hand, so I'm saying.
Yeah, no, we get it. It's recorded, Ms. Caldwell.
Okay.
There are two. We're in the middle of a motion. All those against the motion, please signify by raising their hands.
Rich, I abstain.
Okay, so let me make sure that I've done that correctly, because the motion, I guess we were voting on Mr. Hensley's motion, because we cut off debate. So Mr. Hensley's motion fails.
Right, we didn't cut off debate, so you can keep debating.
No, the motion is failed.
Right, I called the question to end debate, and the motion to end debate failed, so we continue debate.
Okay, let's,
Mr. Chair, under your rules of order, every member must vote unless they're excused from voting.
okay, let's make sure that we know what we're voting for. Okay? All right, because I think there was some confusion. I was in the winning side. Here's what I'm going to do.
Wait, I don't think we had a correct vote count.
We didn't.
Okay, so,
The motion,
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, can you
Seems to
explain what
be-
calling the question is? Calling the question ends debate on an issue. So if you vote for calling the question, that means the debate ends and there's an immediate vote on the issue.
and and you attempted to vote, but Mr. Holmes thought he was abstaining.
And I think people thought we were voting on the main motion, or am I wrong?
You're voting on the main motion.
Well, the vote that we just had. Okay.
So
No, we were voting to call the question.
All right, here's what I'm going to do, to make sure that we're all clear on it, because I think we're all confused. And I don't want us to be confused, it's been a long meeting, okay? I am going to make a motion, because I was on the winning side, I will make a motion to reconsider. I will expect that we will
So-
reconsider the last motion, and then I will move to a motion to end debate, and then I will move to the main motion. Is that okay?
Mr. Chair, you had a motion for the previous question
Yes,
by Mr. Hensley. That was seconded by Ms. Davis.
yes.
That requires a vote on that motion to call the previous question, and it's got to be a 2/3 majority to approve.
Okay,
Call
so
the
I'm gonna
question.
actually, do I have to do a motion to reconsider, or can I ask for a revote?
No, you can ask for a recount, because I don't think that
Recount,
was,
okay.
I don't think it was
So,
clear what was being voted on
That's
or what the
correct.
count was.
That's correct. So, this is the motion to end debate on Mr. Hensley's motion. Only the motion to end debate. Everybody understand?
Let's call the previous question.
Call the previous question, okay, which ends debate.
Requires a 2/3 vote.
Right. All those in favor of ending debate, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, not opposed. Debate is ended. Okay, now we will vote on Mr. Hensley's motion. Okay? All those in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, raise your hand. One, and Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Aye. There are two ayes, am I correct? Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. One, two, three. And let me call for abstentions. There is an abstention. I believe
That
the
counts in
abstention
favor.
goes with the majority, am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay.
The-
So the final vote is 4-2. Or did I get that right?
It counts as an affirmative vote in favor of the motion. Under your rules of order,
Okay, an abstention counts as an affirmative vote.
yes.
So it would
So
be,
it's 3-4. The motion fails 3-4.
the motion fails 3-4. Okay, all right. So now let us move Ms. Davis, do you have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the organization and prioritization of the master facilities plan projects as Dr. Locklear has suggested, with the amendment of the middle school being in area 1, that we would not specify an area until we've done further research. And other than that, I think we can proceed with it, as this was already voted on in November, and we are obligated to proceed with it.
Do I have a second?
Because I want to,
Yes, Mr. Benway is
Okay.
doing a second. Now, discussion.
I just want to move Cranes Creek up. I want that to be a real priority.
All right, so you want that to be the number 1 priority? It is number 3 on the list right now.
I want it to be number 1.
Okay, so what you would do is you would we have a motion on the floor. You would make a motion to amend the motion to make Cranes Creek the top priority for that. Do you so move?
I do so move.
Okay, is there a second? There is a motion, there is an amendment to the motion and a second. Is there and mind you, I think we've discussed this ad nauseum.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone have debate on the on first the amendment? Because we will go to we're debating the amendment by Ms. Bruno.
Bill?
Yes,
The only
ma'am.
thing I would say is I don't understand why we have a committee if we're just gonna go and say what we wanna say about certain situations.
Okay.
So, I'm against this, to be honest with you, because that's why we set up committees, to discuss certain situations and bring it to the board. Mr. Hensley hasn't done that yet, so I believe what Mr. Benway said, we need to bring it back and then reprocess this. So this is like beating a dead horse, guys.
Yeah, could I add to that? This is just the first in many, many conversations, as Dr. Locklear mentioned. A priority we set today is probably likely to change over time. So I still believe we need to reconcile this whole thing, but I'm willing to listen to other.
So we have an amendment to the main motion on the floor, and that amendment is to place Cranes Creek, and I believe that is to replace the trailers in Cranes Creek with a concrete school, concrete addition to the school. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's the priority, I believe you're saying is priority 3 should be priority 1.
Yes.
I think that's,
Without-
thank you very much. It's just sinks, you're worth your weight in gold. Okay.
And the reason why I'm saying this, first of all, is we already have the money for it. And second of all, it's short term. It's easy to do.
Okay.
My God, Cranes Creek, as I've said this evening for the 3rd time, and I said this morning 3 times, we already have the money for Cranes Creek. It should not even be on the list, but we're making a motion to move it on the top of a list that it shouldn't even be on because we have the money in hand to do this. That's why, as Ms. Caldwell observed, and as Mr. Benway earlier stated, God, let's just send this back to committee. This is ridiculous.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there further debate? Hearing no further debate, we'll vote first on Ms. Bruno's amendment. All those in favor of Ms. Bruno's amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Am I 4? 4 here? All those opposed to Ms. Bruno's amendment, please raise your hand. 1. Is there?
3. All 3 members of the construction committee,
Yeah.
oddly enough.
All right. So what was that? Was that 4?
It was 4 to 3.
4 to 3, the amendment carries?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, now we'll move to a vote on the main, the motion, by Ms. Davis. Okay? All those in favor of Well, but I hearing no further debate. I'm going to simply move
No, I
directly
think
to
I think
a
we have
motion.
some discussion on this.
For clarification, the motion now is to approve the superintendent's recommendation as amended by Ms. Bruno to put Cranes Creek, the third priority as the first priority, and to change the next to last priority item so that the construction of the new middle school is not specified in area one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, thank you. All right, so, is there debate on the main motion? Although I think we've discussed this, as I say, ad nauseum, but to the extent that there's something new
Sure.
to add.
Sure, I have discussion and debate on this. For example, Mr. Chair, that says replacement of Carthage Elementary. You don't support replacement of Carthage Elementary. You support remodeling Carthage Elementary, but here you are supporting a motion to replace Carthage Elementary. You actually support building a smaller school elsewhere and then remodeling Carthage Elementary. You said that this morning, but here you are voting with a motion that you disagree. Here you are supporting a motion that you disagreed with just this morning. There are things on this plan, again, that's why I keep saying this is conclusionatory, because it's locking us into concrete courses of action, and we haven't even presented it to the stakeholders. That is all I'm going to say about this, because it's just like Cranes Creek. I said 6 times it shouldn't even be on the list, yet here it is. It's crazy.
All right, well,
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Can we hear
sir.
from Dr. Locklear? I'd like to hear your thoughts, Dr. Locklear.
Well, there is one thing I'd like to caution the board about, and certainly I'm optimistic we'll have enough money left over from the bond premium funding to pay for modulars at Cranes Creek Middle School. That is a priority that the board's talked about. I would caution the board that until we know where those numbers are coming in, we don't know how much savings there will be in the overall $8 million for those projects, for those potential 6 gyms. That's later on in the agenda of moving forward with planning for the next 3, and being able to bid those out later in the fall to winter. So until we know exactly what those savings are, I would not feel comfortable as superintendent informing the board that, hey, we've got enough savings to do this project at Cranes Creek. The other thing I would say is, again, this recommended list of prioritized projects was based on the list that the board approved in November. And so that's what Ms. Purvis and I have been working off of, and certainly have tried to do our best. I've tried to do my best as superintendent to represent the discussion that's happened at the construction meetings, the tracks that Mr. Hensley's talking about, represent those in this list. But as superintendent, I'm obligated to work off the list that the board has previously approved. And so that's certainly what I've been working off of. And certainly, my thoughts are, if there's this much discussion and discord about it, I would recommend going back to committee with it, us sitting down and working together on a combined approach to making a presentation back to the general full board.
okay.
Here.
I would just like to point out one thing. This list, assuming it's correct, and I will concede that it probably is, this list was passed by the previous board. And this board keeps going, we got to stick to it. It was passed by, we don't have to stick to anything the previous board did. We ran against the previous board. We criticized the previous board for many of the decisions they made. But here we are saying, we got to stick to this because this was passed by the previous board. That's ludicrous. This is close to, what we've been talking about in committee, and what I presented 3 times to this board is a variation of this, but it is not what the previous board passed. But here we are all acting like it was passed by the previous board. It's crazy.
I believe this was November of '22, am I correct?
Yes.
I know the new board members weren't here, but I was, and David was.
So
and
if I may speak to that, it is a genuine misunderstanding that we don't have to stick to this on my part. I am happy for us to make adjustments as needed. I know that your committee has worked hard on it already. It is simply my objective to get our meeting now going the right direction, and I was trying my best to do that in a way that I thought would satisfy everyone. So if it needs to go back to committee, I'm certainly not objectable to that at all.
All right, so, let me facilitate something. All right. I believe that now the board is saying that it should go back to committee. I think that's where the sense of the board is, okay? There, I believe, and I'll also rule, that there can be another motion to refer it back to committee, okay? If someone wishes to make such a motion. Okay,
And I second it.
all right. And are you thirding it?
Aye.
Okay, unless there's anything new here, is there any further discussion? All those in favor of referring this matter back to committee, which
that
is the
is the
building,
facilities.
the facilities committee,
What's it called?
I believe it's to reconcile these two things. Am I correct?
Yep.
Okay, that I guess is part
Come up
of,
with a unified approach.
get a unified approach. Okay?
That-
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Caldwell? Aye. Aye. Okay, is that unanimous? How about that? Unanimous. Okay. Now, let's see where we're at.
Item 2.
Child, were you serious about?
I really was.
Okay, you can make a motion to change the agenda. It requires a 2/3 vote.
Sure. I would like to make a motion to move letter F to the letter B position. The reason I am requesting that, I am not feeling very well today, and I'm not very patient with this to ignorance on the board. So if y'all can facilitate that, I would really appreciate it.
All right, so there is a motion to change the agenda to go from F to
8F to 8B.
to make it B, and and to take care of the other matters after that. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I do have one point of
Yes, ma'am.
discussion, just that we would give very fair warning before we proceed, so that if we have listening ears or watching eyes that are minors, that they would know what we're about to be discussing.
Okay. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2/3 having been, yeah, that's unanimous, so that's more than 2/3. So that is approved. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Holmes.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be reading some excerpts that are very, very vulgar in nature. And these excerpts are in our school libraries right now. Now, while it doesn't take into account the whole book, it does point out the titles and the verbiage that are in that book, okay? And just hear me out. I'm going to make a motion on each book, and I think there's like 14 or 17. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I'd like to go over book by book at what schools they're at and what they're saying. The first one is titled The Kite Runner. This is a book at Union Pines. And I didn't go through all these books one by one or in depth about what every single perversion was in this book. But in The Kite Runner, it has, what a tight little sugary cunt she had. Asif's buttocks muscles clenching, his hips thrusting back and forth. I make a motion to challenge this book individually at the grade level and at the district level.
Second.
Okay,
I'm
there's a
sorry.
motion and a second.
The motion is to challenge it at the grade level and at the
And the
district
district
level.
level.
Okay, and the name of the book is The Kite Runner.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
This
Is there-
requires a second and a board vote, and if approved, it would then be sent to a district committee.
Okay, yes. I believe the second was Ms. Davis, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the second was Ms. Davis. I do want to remind the public that we are not voting to do anything about this book or subsequent books right now. We are simply moving, there's simply a motion to refer it to the process that is outlined in the regulation. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? One opposed, two opposed.
Who opposed?
Okay,
Yes, and we didn't get to discuss it, we just voted. I had something to say.
Oh,
okay, well,
yeah, sorry.
please, and if that makes a difference to anyone, being on the winning side, I'll move to reconsider. I just did not know that you wanted to chime in. So go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, I still go with my decision on this to be a parent choice, that we don't need to go by book, that if something is saying something nasty in a book, that it needs to be flagged in the library, and then that could be a parent's decision where the librarian calls the parent. So that's just kind of where I'm basing all of my philosophy on these books that he's going to read. And I know, Philip, you didn't read every single book, so I'm sure people have been giving you these, which is fine, but I just seriously think that, whoever's giving you these may be targeting a certain group. So
Actually, you are mistaken. You are.
Let me finish. If it was flagged, then, then that could be a parent choice, because we are all about parents making their choices for their kids' education.
Mhm.
So this is where I'm going to be. I'm going to be voting no on all of these due to that reason.
Okay,
Okay, I'm done.
let me chime in for 1 second here. And counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't, unless we go through this process, we can't do what she says, am I correct? We can't restrict a book.
You have a stronger legal ground to do what Ms. Caldwell is suggesting if you go through this process.
Right. So I would just point out that, that you should, even if you want it just to be a parental choice, which may be ultimately, I may agree with Ms. Caldwell on that. I don't know, haven't read the books, haven't seen the books, don't know. That excerpt is pretty raw. But it still has to go through the process. So for that reason, I would urge Ms. Caldwell also to vote in favor, but when it comes back to the board, assuming it comes back to the board, then to vote for parental choice at that point in time. But because otherwise we can't, to the best of my knowledge, we can't restrict a book at all.
Dave, you had discussion?
No, I'll go ahead and say it. I'm going to vote against all of these, but not for the reasons people would suspect. My reason is, and trust me, when these come back before the board, we'll vote as needed or as I see fit. But there's 100 and some odd thousand citizens in this county, and any one of those citizens could bring challenges for the book. So I am just voting against these because I believe that a citizen, not a board member, should be bringing, it's not that I don't agree with, this is like not good, but I just think that out of the 100 and some odd thousand citizens in this county, I would prefer a citizen standing up, whether they're a parent with a student in the school or not. They have a right, according to North Carolina general statute, to challenge books. So that's the only sole reason why I'm voting against
It
it.
doesn't hurt my feelings.
I just want to
Okay.
explain.
All right, so I'm going to just take a revote to make sure that we're all on the same page after we've allowed Ms. Caldwell to have her say, because I think it's only fair. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion by Mr. Holmes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, am I correct? Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Ms. Caldwell? You vote aye.
You vote yes?
You vote yes, yes. Okay, so that's 6-1.
No, she's voting
Voting
against.
against.
You're voting against, okay, all right. So it's 5-2, the motion passes. Next item.
Okay, the
Mr.
next item, this book is called Eleanor and Park, and it's at Union Pines and Northmore High School. And the first one, I'll just go through, it says, "Suck me off." It said in ugly blue letters, "Do I make you wet? I know you're a slut, you smell like cum." It says the word fuck 22 times. I make a motion that we send this to the committee
But for both the
at the district and grade level.
district and grade level, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll
What's the
give
name of
that to
the
Ms. Bruno this time. Okay. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in favor. All those opposed, please, and signify. Ms. Caldwell.
Aye.
You mean,
Okay. It's 6, it's,
I'm against it.
yes.
I'm against it.
But
That's
the
a
vote
nay.
would generally be nay, but we understand. We, right. We understand what your position is, so that's cool. All right.
Thank you.
So, we're 5-2, the motion passes. Am I correct on that? I hope so.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Holmes.
all right, the next book is Later Grader, and this book is at Northmore, and some of the excerpts include "Your fuck buddy," "No blowjobs for you, Missy." He's gonna blow his, let's see, said he's gonna blow his wad again. I make a motion to send this to committee for district and grade level review.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a second by Ms. Davis. Hearing no discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Same 5. Okay, opposed? You got to say nay.
There she goes.
5-2. I
Got
think
it,
I recorded.
Stacy.
5-2, the motion passes.
I learned quick.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Holmes.
The next book is 13 Reasons Why, and this book is at Northmore, Union Pines, and West Pine Middle. Keep that in mind, West Pine Middle. Listen to what I'm about to read. He's cramming his dick in his pants. Beat his ass in the freshman class. As if I'm letting him finger me was going to cure all my problems. That's in a middle school. I make a recommendation, or make a motion rather, that we move to send this to committee at the grade level and district level.
Okay, second.
I second.
There's a second by Ms. Bruno. All those in favor, raise your hand. Same 5. Okay, opposed?
Nay.
2. Motion passes.
All right, the next book is called Looking for Alaska, and this book is at Northmore and Union Pines High School. One of the excerpts, it says, "Have you ever gotten a blowjob? She looked up at me and didn't move her face nanometers from my penis. She lay there, stock still, with my penis in her mouth. I thought maybe she would move her head up and down, but wouldn't that choke her?" I mean, think about it. Listen to some of this stuff. I make a motion to send Looking for Alaska to committee at the district level and the grade level.
Second.
Okay, so there's a second by Ms. Davis. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5. Okay, opposed? Ms. Caldwell?
Nay.
Nay, okay. 5-2, motion passes.
Okay.
Let's go.
The next book is Crank, and I want to explain, and if you'll pay attention, this book is at Union Pines High School, Elise Middle School, and High Falls Elementary School. This book talks about explicit drug use and sexual behavior. This is at an elementary school, okay? And just because, think about, I was looking it up, and it says Crank is written for age kids 14 and up. But just because it's written for 14 and up, it does not necessarily contain appropriateness. Okay? So let's see. Crank, that's pretty much it. So I make a motion to send that book to committee at the grade level and district level.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second by Ms. Davis. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
5. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand.
No, not you.
No, you
Oh, I'm sorry.
oppose. Can't vote twice. Ms. Caldwell, you vote nay?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. 5-2, the motion passes. Yes.
Okay. The next book is called The Bluest Eyes. It's at Northmore and Union Pines High School. And it says, and that she will remain dry between her legs. She hates the glucking sound that it makes. That was my typo. It also says when she's moist, for the 600th time. What would it be like to have that feeling while her husband's penis is inside her? It uses the N word several times, referring to colored people were neat. The N word, so dirty and loud. It also mentions nasty white folks. It's just not an appropriate book to be in our schools. And with that being said, that I make the motion to send this to committee at the grade level and district level.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5. Opposed? Ms. Nay. Okay. So that's 5-2, motion passes. Go ahead.
All right. The next one is the Absolutely True Diary, and this is at Northmore and Union Pines. And it says, naked women plus right hands equals happy, happy, joy, joy. Yep, that's right. I admit that I masturbate. That's at Northmore and Union Pines. I thought I had another excerpt of that book, but I don't.
I think the title of that one, Mr. Holmes, is The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian.
Okay, I
Yep,
see you.
so that's
Okay,
where
yeah.
it got mixed
All
up.
right, and then,
Yeah.
okay, and then it says, I'm ambidextrous. If I were in a professional masturbators league, I'd be drafted number 1. And to make $1 million. Now, doesn't that give you a boner? A tribe of chronic masturbators. With all that being said, I make a motion to send this book back to committee for grade level and district level review.
Second.
Okay. It's been made and seconded by Ms. Davis. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 2. Motion passes.
Okay. This book, I just put on here page 135. When I read it, it just illustrates a young lady who was forcibly raped. And that book's at 2 middle schools and 2 high schools. Union Pines, Northmore, Elise Middle, and Southern Middle. And I would make a motion to send those back to committee for review at the grade level and district level.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 2. Motion carries.
All right, the next one is Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl. This book's at Northmore. Are you going to eat her pussy? Do you even know how to eat pussy? I'm on a pussy deadline. And that's too many pussies in a book in our schools. So with that being said, that I make the recommendation that we send that book back to committee for review at the district and grade level.
Second.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second. Was there something, Mr. Hensley?
I have a discussion item.
Okay.
If it's appropriate, Mr. Schwartz, can you give the criteria that books can be, banned is not the right word, but can you state the criteria by which books can be removed from public school libraries?
Isn't it pervasively vulgar?
You've got a standard set out in your board policy and in Regulation 5410. And
And there's numerous court rulings on that too, right? As to what the criteria can be for removing books?
yes. And you've got the procedure for removing this.
And I'm sorry, I'm not looking for the procedure, I'm just looking for the criteria. And I think there's 3. I think it's pornography, if it's pornographic, if it's
It's
if page
pervasively, it's pervasively vulgar, educationally unsuitable, or is not age appropriate. And before any material is removed, the committee must ensure that the removal will not adversely impact the alignment of the curriculum with current state instructional standards, and its articulation from grade to grade, and should consider any burden on the school, teacher, or the students that any accommodation would create, along with any other relevant factors. The committee is supposed to prepare a written report on that, and
And I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the criteria. So what were the criteria again? Pervasively vulgar?
the ones that I believe you're looking for are pervasively vulgar, educationally unsuitable, or not age appropriate.
Okay. Let's just take the one that we're considering right now, at the high school level. Do you think that that passage meets any of those criteria? Do you think that a court would rule that, I mean, I'm not saying that's like a good thing, but do you think a court would rule that is pervasively vulgar, has no educational value, or it's age inappropriate at a high school?
I'd ask the council not to answer
Let me
a
respond to
question, because that could prejudice our situation. That needs to be in.
Right. The reason why you have this process is so that the committee can go through it and consider it in context and determine whether an isolated phrase is not going to be pervasively vulgar, necessarily. And so you have this process so that the committee can consider all of the factors and come up with a determination in accordance with your policy, and then go through that appeals process that ultimately could end up back with the board. And then the board would consider it in the context of everything that the committee had reviewed and determined and the recommendations made. And so it's not appropriate for the board at this point in time to be making judgments or determinations or pronouncements. The process is for, if a board member chooses, the board member can, and just as others, could make a motion to refer this to the committee, and that's what we're doing here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right,
We don't, the quickest way the board can get into difficulty here is to prejudge these things.
No, I understand. I was just wondering what the criteria were. Thank you.
okay.
So the next book is,
Did we take a vote on, well, this was discussion on
You-
that previous book that you had.
You had a motion on, by Mr. Holmes on me, Earl, and the Dying Girl to have it reviewed at the grade level and the district level, and that had not been seconded yet.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
There's a second. I'll go with Mr. Bedway, because he raised his hand.
Change up.
Change it around. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, 5. Any opposed? 5 to 2. Yes. And one of the reasons why we're having to go through this book, by the way, so that the public understands, is that was determined to be the best course of action for us to do, given all the laws and rules and regulations. So please be patient. Go ahead.
okay, so the next book is the 57, the 57 bus. Now this book, and I'm not asking or requesting that it be sent to committee because of LGBTQ themes, but what I am requesting that it to be sent is for displays of violence. And one of the excerpts is I'm homophobic, I don't like gay people. And so I'm questioning, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking while I'm doing this, I mean, and I really do want to send this book to committee because I want to know how everybody feels about this. You know, on one hand, it does talk about LGBTQ, which is very important for that demographic of people. But I don't like an excerpt that says that they don't like a specific group of people just because of the way they are. Let's come back to the 57 bus. Let's move on to George, if that's okay with everybody. I'm just going to go over that one. All right. So, George, this book is at McDeeds Creek, okay? McDeeds Creek Elementary School. That's my little bro. Growing up, looking at dirty magazines. Page 50 depicts transgender surgery. Page 135 depicts cutting off a male genitalia with scissors. The excerpt, she immersed her body in warm water and tried not to think about what was between her legs, but there it was, bobbing in front of her. With that being said, I make a motion to send this book for review at the grade level and district level.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This time we'll go with Ms. Davis. Spread it around.
I have a discussion on this one.
Yes, please.
It's actually a question, and it's probably for the attorney. Since they already voted on this to let it stay, it went through a committee. Do we let it go through another committee to decide on that, or how does that work?
Well,
It already went through a committee.
well, the answer, just so, I don't think council really knows what happened. This book was challenged, a year and a half ago, am I right? Something like that.
Yes.
It went through a committee. The committee it then made a recommendation, and the board, which was the previous board, actually, when I say the previous board, I was on the board, but our latest elected members were not. So it was voted to be left in the school system by that previous configuration of the board. I looked at this, and one of the things that we have in the new regulation is that once something is voted on, then you have to wait a certain amount of time. But that was not the regulation at the time this was voted on. And not to get too much in the weeds, I thought that I would allow it because I don't believe in what's called ex post facto justice, which means that we make something illegal retroactively. So I didn't like that. So I believed that it is properly before us, especially with a new board configuration. So that's, but your question was to council. I don't know if council has anything to add.
I would, what the regulation says is that the final decision of the committee or of the board upon appeal will be binding for 2 years from the date of its issuance.
But that was not the regulation.
Right, but that regulation was since adopted, and I believe it would apply to a final decision of the committee. It says, and no substantially similar challenges will be permitted during the 2-year period. And so this board adopted that regulation, and I believe that would apply to a previous ruling by the board. We talk, the board is prone to refer to this board and the previous board. The board is one corporate body. It has one legal existence regardless of its members. So it was the same legal body that made a decision on this. And I would suggest to you that if this is within the 2-year period, that it shouldn't be reviewed again.
Well, one of the problems is it's a regulation. It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was not adopted by the board. Am I incorrect?
I believe this was adopted by the board. Hold on a second.
Because a regulation is a regulation of the superintendent.
Yeah, I believe it was adopted by the board. It lists December 8, 2022.
Okay.
That was done by us then.
that we actually had a motion to adopt a regulation?
I believe you did. We'd have to check the
this
minutes
board?
of the December 8 meeting.
With this
It's not,
current board?
What's that?
With this current board?
Okay, I think
Yeah, I
Dr.
believe so.
Locklear has something to say.
yes, I did bring it to the board for formal endorsement because of the fact that it was something that the board was very, very engaged with, and it was something that I wanted to make sure that the board had great opportunity to give feedback. This is probably over about a 6-month process or so that we worked revising our regulation on 5410R with the help of Mr. Schwartz and his firm once they came on board. So it was really a process probably from May, June, all the way through December that we worked on this. So yes, it was something I did ask for the board's endorsement. We got that. I don't have the specific date when the board reviewed George. We'd have to look through our information real quick to get that date, but I don't think it's been 2 years yet. I don't think.
Can we suspend that policy through a motion? Or that regulation?
You could.
I'm not gonna
I
vote
would,
for it, but I'll vote for suspending the policy. Regulation.
Perhaps the easiest way to do it is, because you might also decide to vote against it, but that's perfectly fine. But part of your motion would be to suspend that regulation.
I would
Go ahead, counsel.
I would suggest that we discuss this in closed session for legal advice before taking any action on that.
Okay.
I agree.
I accept that.
Okay, well, how do you feel, Philip? You can put a motion on the floor, you can decide to bring up that particular book next time.
Whatever.
Okay, all right. Here's what I would suggest. I would suggest that we discuss it in closed session, that we move on to the next book. But that will not preclude you from bringing it up at our next board meeting, should we decide to go forward with it. I actually believe we should, but we should go forward with it because I believe it's a regulation, it's ex post facto. But I think it's enough. There's enough problems there that we probably ought to discuss it with council in closed session.
So for just that book or the rest of them?
Just that book. Just that book.
All right.
Okay, so let's move to the next book.
All right, the next one
So,
is.
Mr. Holmes, are you withdrawing that motion now?
Yes, I'll withdraw
Okay.
that motion. All right, the next book is City of Heavenly Fire. Now, keep this in mind. This is at Cranes Creek. This is where we need this, a book that depicts sex and violence, including murder, a son killing his father. This book is at Cranes Creek, New Century, Northmore, and Union Pines. This book is what it is. I make a motion to send this to committee for review at the district and grade level.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a second. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Nay.
Five.
Oh, sorry.
No, not yet.
Not
Now.
now.
Now you get to vote nay. Okay. All those opposed? All those opposed, David? He's one, and Stacy is two. So that's 5-2. Next book, if there is one.
Yes, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So this next one is The Perks of Being a Wallflower. This book contains mature material, including abortion, sexual abuse, and homosexual experiences. And this book is at New Century Middle School. And I make a motion to send this book back to review at the district and grade level.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5. Excuse me, is it 5?
5. I'm going to vote on this, but I'm heading home. I told Dr. Locklear and Miss Cindy I'm going to be calling in with Stacy, so I'll be here for the rest of the meeting, but on the phone. And thank you.
Okay, all right. And by the way, because of my needs, I'm going to ask permission of the board for a 5-minute recess. after we're finished with these books.
Yeah, I've only got one more.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, but wait a second. Did we took a vote on that last book that you did?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
5 to
All right,
2.
so go ahead, Philip.
All right, actually, I stand corrected, there's two. The absolute true, did I do that one already? I thought I did. All right, the last one then is Speak. We already did that one too?
The perks, you have to do the perks of being a wallflower.
That's what I thought we did.
You did that,
We just did that one?
yes.
Did the absolute true,
Absolute true, that was
that was a
prior.
duplicate?
and Speak.
No, we didn't do the perks of being a wallflower.
Yes, you did. You
Oh,
just
we
did.
did.
Just the one.
Okay, sorry.
But the absolute true diary was, did I put that in twice?
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, was,
And Speak was right after, prior to that, Philip.
Yep,
so that was already done too?
yes.
All right, so then we're done.
Okay, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
With
actually,
the
for-
permission,
Well, the book, the 57 bus, I'm going to withdraw that.
okay, very good. Okay, with the permission of the board, we'll take a 5-minute recess for a break. We'll begin again at 8:20.
That 57 book looked like hate speech to me.
Please.
You're voting against all of them.
No, it's just.
Yes, you are.
It's just procedural.
You just need to
It's
give
just
me
procedural.
one vote.
No, it's just, trust me, wait till it
I may
gets
give out- I may
procedural.
give
It's
out.
just procedural.
You know, embarrass
I
myself.
said, there's 100,000 citizens, man. I can't believe someone hasn't stepped up.
There's gotta be a picture.
You're just dying to see.
You had grandchildren with you?
No, my son and daughter-in-law.
I'm sure it's some.
You would love that, wouldn't you? It's nothing. Hi, darling, how are you? I want to say hi to my buddies here. Yeah, we're having another meeting after.
How many more items are on the agenda?
About 5. 5, 6, 6. Yeah, that's more people are hanging around. After people have 3 mattresses, do you?
Some of the things that neighbors don't get.
No.
For sure.
I was gonna charge her too.
Once we pare down the audience, everybody's gonna have a water. Bore the crap out of everybody so that we'll get enough so that we can distribute waters all over. So we only have a certain amount of water.
I got some Sprite.
voicemail at, one of the injectors.
Okay, no, we get that. We're back in session. Next item is child nutrition updates and meal prices for 23-24. Dr. Locklear and Ms. Purvis.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is, it's my recommendation to the board that we set our meal prices for next school year, raising those by 50 cents for lunch and for breakfast. However, there was some clarification to the overall update I think you wanted to offer, Ms. Purvis, on CEP to make sure it's clear how that works. So, Ms. Purvis, if you would offer that update and then just remind the board again of our recommended motion on meal prices for the 23-24 school year.
I sure will. So as we spoke earlier today about CEP, I apologize, Director of Child Nutrition, Bliss Taylor, was unable to join me. She's at a state conference this week. But I did contact her just to make sure I had clarity on your questions. And so as we talked about CEP and the reimbursement will be 83% of the plates that are served. So in other words, 83 of every 100 plates that are served will be paid in full for the full price of that lunch. The other 17% will be reimbursed at the paid price, which is 55 cents. Ms. Taylor shared that over COVID years, we increased participation with free lunch by 25%. She says that if we increase participation by 10%, which she certainly anticipates at least 10%, we break even in all CEP schools. If we increase participation any more than 10%, then at that point we are making money at those CEP schools. So that was just a bit of clarification in terms of CEP there. I just wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention. And then as we look at our proposed meal prices for the 23-24 year, Child Nutrition currently charges the following for meals: $1.25 for breakfast at all schools, $2.50 for lunch K-8, $2.75 for lunch at the high schools. Staff is recommending a 50-cent increase on all meals. Meal prices for 23-24 would be breakfast $1.75, lunch at the K-8 schools would be $3, and lunch for high schools would be $3.25. The average cost of Child Nutrition during the month of May was $2.21 for breakfast and $4.41 for lunch. I did go back and make sure we checked how much we're getting reimbursed. We're getting reimbursed $2.26 for breakfast, so we're actually where we need to be in terms of reimbursement and what we're charging, or what the cost is to us. And then we're getting reimbursed $4.41 for lunch, so we're right on the mark for that. Child Nutrition will be able to cover the cost gap with the profit earned from supplemental sales of a la carte items, snacks, and beverages, as well as the Child Nutrition fund balance. So the recommendation is to increase by 50% in all areas for next.
50 cents.
50
Yes.
cents. I made your mistake. 50 cents in all areas. Sorry, excuse me.
Okay. Is there, first off, is there a motion to adopt Dr. Locklear's recommendation?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. So we move to discussion.
Yeah, I just have one discussion point. Ms. Purvis, there's one thing that you left out that you had clarified, and that was the food cost. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the head food service person, she stated that for lunch, the food cost is roughly half of that. So the food cost is around $2.25, and the rest is the overhead and the labor and all. So even at these reduced rates, what we're doing is this is the way to view it. We're recouping 100% of the food cost, and then we're doing some of our overhead absorption.
Correct. She said 50% is food and 50 other percent is labor and supplies within the kitchen.
Okay. So anything further? There's a motion on the floor, I believe, to raise lunch fees for the coming school year, as well as breakfast fees by 50 cents. 50 cents for breakfast, 50 cents for lunch. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And just one other point that for people who have tuned in that didn't attend the work session, this increase in cost is also coming with a significant increase in both food quality and food diversity or food variety.
Yes, sir. And this is posted with links to those sample menus, or will be.
Okay. All right. So is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. It passes 6-1. No, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I didn't oppose, I agree.
No, she agrees. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. It passes unanimous. Okay, school facility use and fee schedule for 23-24.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As discussed this morning, Ms. Purvis has worked with her team, with school staff to revise our facility use applications and our fee schedule for next year per policy that needs to be approved by you. And this does come with my recommendation for approval. Ms. Purvis, you just do a mini review of this, just to refresh our board's minds on this. But again, this does come with my recommendation for approval.
Sure. The changes that we'll see from the form that was used last year will include rental of each area in 6-hour time slots instead of hourly. Wages for the technical director will be increased by $10 per hour. There will be streamlining of the areas available for rental, so no aux gym, main gym, no practice session or performance session, because it costs the district the same amount whether or not you're practicing or performing. The inclusion of supply fees are in the rental fee, for example, toilet paper, paper towels, and soap, and all users will now be required to sign a hold harmless agreement. Included in the application is the requirement of a certificate of insurance for everyone, required hold harmless agreement, detailed listing of staff that may be required to be present, definition of groups that are not to be charged and those to be charged, criminal record checks if on campus during school hours, and a kitchen request form. Moving forward, schools will be required to submit all applications and certificates of insurance to the Office of Operations for approval prior to energy being scheduled. And please make note that certificate of insurance will be required of all, profit and non-profit. So that's required of all users in our facilities. Indirect costs will be charged to the schools to accommodate for district overhead costs. So schools will be invoiced some indirect costs to help us with those costs that are incurred to district.
Is there a motion on this recommendation for the superintendent? Yeah, Ms. Bruno makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, discussion.
I make a motion that we amend the schedule to have I make a motion that we amend the proposed fee schedule to impose a 20% take of fees, entry fees, and gate receipts for athletic events.
Okay. All athletic events, or just profit?
All athletic events. Well, we can discuss it but yes, I'll explain why once the motion's seconded.
For clarification, is that a motion to impose an additional fee of 20% of the gate for athletic events?
Registration fees and gate for athletic events.
Registration fees?
There's a second.
Registration fees and gate fees for athletic events. And it's been seconded. So let me discuss, and Mr. Chair, I'll answer your question. So let me explain why I'm doing this first, and then and we discussed it this morning, but and then I'll also answer your question, Mr. Levy. And we can modify it if we're not comfortable with my answer. But so we have beautiful multi-million-dollar facilities. You know, it would cost $10, $15 million, I suspect, to build a gym to the standards that we have our gyms. Our football fields, you know, we just put our artificial turf. We put $1 million tracks in 2 of our football fields, maybe 3 of them. I can't keep up. But we're renting multi-million-dollar football stadiums and multi-million-dollar basketball courts to organizations who make money-making organizations. And we rent a football field that has, you know, it's a $10 million, maybe a $20 million facility now, and we rent it for $108 per hour. Our gyms, we rent a gym, a $15 million gym, for $50 an hour. And I understand that there's a community service aspect of it, but these organizations, especially the travel teams, and my My daughter's participated in travel teams, and I fully support travel teams, but those organizations exist to make money, and they make good money. The organizations of travel teams make, I'm glad what they do, I understand what they do, but they make money. While at the same time, we're renting our facilities for peanuts at the same time that our students who participate in athletics, we're requiring them to sell popcorn, to do car washes. We're hitting their parents up for money. So the reason why I propose that we take a percentage of the gate is these organizations are charging money, so we should take a percentage of it, and we take that money and we use that money to help upkeep our facilities, and we can use the money to help subsidize our own teams. So we can discuss whether it's 20% or 15% or 80%. We can discuss whether it is applies to profit or nonprofit, but we got to talk about the definition of how Moore County Schools defines profit on this. But I believe in the concept that we need to take a percentage of the gate, because that's what PNC Arena does. That's what, if you went to NC State and rented their football field, they'd be, whatever, $10,000 a day plus 15% of the gate. So to answer Mr. Levy's question, at first I was just going to do this for profit organizations, but then you had an interesting definition. Isn't in our regulation anyone who charges a fee for entry, don't you consider that a for-profit organization?
Correct, unless they're doing a benefit. We've had instances where they would be doing a benefit and charging a fee maybe for a cancer patient or a student. So if it's a benefit and they're making up money for a charity or for some cause, then that wouldn't be an instance. But in other words, if they're charging a fee and someone is making profit off of it, whether it's a dance company, whether it's a travel team, whoever, if they're charging a fee to get in, if they're using our facilities for a camp that they're putting on and they're charging a fee and they're not part of our school system, then yes, they would be charged.
So and that's another point. So we would exclude, what would we exclude? We would exclude obviously Moore County Schools and maybe other government organizations. But I just saw just last year, Sand Hills Community College started charging Moore County Schools fees for using their facilities. If we want to use Sand Hills Community College auditorium or one of their athletic fields, Moore County Schools has to pay Sand Hills Community College. So I'm not even sure we should exempt government organizations. I think if somebody charges registration fees and gate fees, we should take a percentage of it and use that to help maintain our fields, because we're not going to maintain a $20 million stadium renting at $100 an hour. Just not going to happen. And it certainly doesn't help our students and our student athletes out at all.
Currently, our government-based organizations that would use it as nonprofit, government agencies, election board and precinct meetings and political parties, community-based organizations that are sponsoring educational or student support activities such as colleges or universities would use it without charge, as long as they're sponsoring an educational or student activity that supports our students.
Right.
If they were using it and it was not of benefit to our students, then it would be for charge.
And keep in mind, my policy is strictly for athletic fields. It doesn't include auditoriums where fundraisers would traditionally be held. It doesn't include classrooms. It's strictly athletic facilities.
All right. Yes, Dr. Lockwood.
Can I just offer a suggestion or recommendation on this amendment? Certainly, I'm not necessarily opposed to it at all. I just think there's some details to work out, and it might warrant us being able to bring this back to a committee meeting, whether that be our construction facilities committee or whether that be our finance and budget and audit committee, depending on which one the chair and the board would feel like it fit better, to work out some of those details of it to add on to this. And add into the facility use fees that the board incorporates. I just think that might be a more effective way to work through the details So I just offer that as a suggestion.
I have no, unless there's an urgent reason to pass this month, I have no problem with tabling this and then having Dr. Locklear, you and your team come back with recommendations. But I think, I mean, we do nods of heads. I think we're all in agreement that we should get a percentage of the gate because we're renting these facilities for peanuts to organizations that make good money running these tournaments and whatnot.
So I think I hear there's, someone wants to make a motion to table.
Make a motion to table this.
All right, is there a second? There's a second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Okay. Motion carries unanimously. And I'm going to refer this, now that it's not on calendar, I'm going to go ahead and refer this to committee with the permission of the board, and we'll go ahead and send it to the facilities committee,
Wait,
which is, yes.
I'm sorry, that motion that just passed was on Mr. Hensley's motion to amend.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I thought it was to table the entire matter.
No, it was on his motion to amend.
Can you withdraw that?
Okay, all right.
We were just kidding.
All right. So,
It was
So,
tabled, the motion to amend. So now the
I'm
main,
going,
now the
because
main
because I'm in
motion,
the majority.
now
I
the
think
main
this-
motion is before you to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay. Is a motion in order to table at this point? Counsel?
You could have a motion to table.
Okay, is there such a motion to table?
I'll motion to table.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay.
Wait, aren't we just doing the same thing?
We are, but according to council, we didn't do it exactly properly, so I'm just making sure
Okay.
that we do it all properly. It is this exact same thing.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling the matter, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
They said aye.
I think, were you both in favor of the motion? Ms. Davis is in favor of the motion. Okay, and Ms. Caldwell, you're in favor of the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. The matter's tabled, and I'm going to refer this to the facilities committee so that they can meet and give us a concrete proposal with the aid of Dr. Locklear. Okay. Change order for the gyms and SFL.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is, was presented and discussed this morning. This is to move forward with the planning for the next three gym renovations at Vast Lakeview, Sanders Farm Life, and Carthage Elementary School as a potential alternate. I'll let Ms. Purvis review this. And because I think it would be meaningful, could you quickly review where we are with our first three gym renovations at High Falls, Westmore, and Cameron, and then move into this recommendation, Ms. Purvis?
Yes, sir. So, our current gyms that we have in progress, High Falls, and Westmore and Cameron, as we look at those, we have bid day coming in July 18th. So this July 18th, if we receive 3 bids, we will be able to move forward. If not, we'll reopen, and that'll be about 10 more days, 10 to 14. With those, if we receive 3 bids, then July 21st, we'll certify those bids and release those. August 7th, we'd be coming back to you, the board, to approve the low bidder and to notify them and finalize contracts. On August 14th, we'd issue the notice to proceed. February 12th of 2024 would be substantial completion, and March 13th would be final completion of these first 3 gyms. So that's where we are currently with the first 3 gyms. The change order, the executive summary I want to share with you now that we're asking you to take a look at is in regards to the next 3 gyms. So SFL&A was awarded the RFQ, the request for qualifications, to design all 6 gyms. They were awarded that RFQ, and then on March 7th of 2022, the Board of Education approved a contract for SFL&A to design the modernization and renovation of High Falls, Westmore, and Cameron for the amount of $500,000. That covered those 3 gyms. SFL&A is now ready to move into the design phase for the next 3 gyms at Bass Lakeview, Sandhills Farm Life, and Carthage Elementary, utilizing the scope of work established during the design of the first 3. So let's remember, during that work, we have revised that scope from what was the original scope to the current work that we're having done on these first 3 gyms. So taking that into consideration, we've used the exact scope that we're using at High Falls, Westmore, and Cameron to ask SFL&A to do these plans. A change order to the original contract is being requested to add these services for the additional gyms. The change order includes a design fee of $140,000 for Bass Lakeview and Sandhills Farm Life, which would be $70,000 per school, and then a design fee of $80,000 for Carthage Elementary, which we would list as an alternate. The funding for those additional services will be provided by the county allocation of $8.5 million from the School Bond Premium Fund.
Is there, did you want to say something? Okay, is there a motion to approve Dr. Locklear's recommendation for the change orders?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bruno. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. 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 Okay, any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed, so that carries 6-1. Okay. Next, removal of mandatory fees, which is our last item for this evening.
Okay, Mr. Bachelor, sir. Okay, I'll go through this quickly because I went through this morning. I'm a big fan of eliminating fees in all mandatory fees in Moore County schools. My rallying cry, as you can see up there, and I'm prepared to print bumper stickers if need be, or have sky riders. Fees are not free. Next slide, please. So the North Carolina Constitution states that citizens of Moore County are entitled to a free public education, free uniform system of free public schools, and a fee is not free. And a mandatory fee is equal to a tax, and the definition of a fee is a fixed sum charged or by law for a privilege. Well, attending school is not a privilege in North Carolina, it's a right. So therefore, it's my assertion, and I think most conservatives would agree that you cannot have a fee for a right. And in fact, the U.S. Supreme Court in 1966 struck down a poll tax, and they struck down poll taxes throughout all of the South. And in 1966, as you can see up there, Mississippi's poll tax was $2. A $2 fee went all the way to the Supreme Court. And that $2 today would be, that $2 in 1966 adjusted for inflation would be $18 today. So you're like, Dave, why are you making a big deal out of, you're going to see here in a minute, over a $10 fee? Because the U.S. Supreme Court thought a $2 fee in 1966 was worthy of its consideration. In fact, they struck it down hard when they eliminated poll taxes. Next slide, please. So there's 3 types of fees that I'm going to talk about in this brief. One is mandatory fees for attending school. That's a required fee. That's not like a parking fee. You notice I'm not talking about parking fees here because, you know, students don't have to drive to school. They can take the bus, they can walk, they can get a ride. I'm talking about the first one. I believe is a violation of the North Carolina Constitution because you are charging students $10, as you're going to see, just to show up for school. That is not free. Then there is a mandatory fee if you graduate, and then there's a mandatory fee for certain classes. The last 2 are privileges. So the first one, I believe, is unconstitutional, and the last 2, I believe, are just unconscionable. Another point is schools are dependent upon the fees, is that, you know, the schools have been collecting these fees and they use them for whatever they use them for. And if we take those fees away, us, the school board, are going to have to make those schools whole. the fourth point up there is, you know, our job is education, and collecting fees, regardless of the level of effort, it's a distraction. It's time consuming. You know, you got to collect the tax. Okay, who's got a check? Who's got a? Oh, we don't take charge cards. Okay, all of a sudden you're handling cash. You got the opportunity for embezzlement. It's just a bad deal. And also, and this is a point that everybody listening to this will understand, I don't care where you lie on the spectrum, fees are either embarrassing, infuriating, or both. For that low social economic child, it's embarrassing to go up there and say, hey, I don't have $10. Oh, okay, we'll excuse you. All the way up to the richest person in Moore County who may pay $1 million in state income tax, and they're sitting there making a check out for $10 and they're infuriated. So fees are universally hated, and they're kind of in opposition about what public schools stand for. You know, the whole concept behind public schools are we tax everyone so that we educate the next generation, and all of a sudden we are cool with fees. Well, I'm not cool with fees, and I don't think the school board should be cool with fees. Next, Mr. Batchelor, sir. So let's look at the first two fees. A $10 student fee is collected by all schools from all students. The total possible revenue
Has left the conference.
Bye. The total possible revenue is our number of students times $10. Now, an interesting thing about these fees, the apologists for these fees go, oh, but we don't collect those from our poorer students. Well, that's even more infuriating because all of a sudden 40% of the students don't pay for it, but 60% have to pay for it. But a point there is if our social economic lunch people who qualify for subsidized lunches, and we follow those same standards, 40% of our students aren't paying these fees. So that $128,000 is actually a maximum. Then there's a $25 graduation fee. So think about this. We encourage...
Is now joining the conference.
This is where I talk about it being unconscionable. So the first fee we charge for... You get a free... The Constitution says you have a free public education, but we're going to make you pay $10. I don't care if it's 50 cents or $500. That ain't free. So the first one is just not constitutional in my mind, or anyone who's a constitutionalist. The second one is the first that I'm going to call unconscionable. We encourage our students to graduate. We want our students to graduate. We celebrate our students graduating, but then we tax them. You should tax what you don't want, and you should reinforce what you do want. So I think we should eliminate the $25 graduation fee because it just sends the wrong signal. Congratulations, and by the way, where's your $25? I mean, we're already spending $14,000 per student, as we talked about this morning, to educate them. We can't come up with $25 for our graduates. That's insane. Next slide, please. Then the second two fees that I consider unconscionable, and by the way, these all came out in my finance committee, is for grades 6 through 8, we charge a $5 fee, a $5, and once again, and you go through the rigmarole, you got to collect the money, you got to add it up, someone's got to count it, you got a data tech sitting there counting it, you got to report it, you got to deposit it, you got to do all this crazy stuff for $5. But who do we charge this $5 of? Anyone who participates in fine or performing arts. So if you're a fine or performing arts, we're going to hit you up for $5, or if you take a math class. So if you take social studies and recess, then you don't have to pay the $5, just people who want to do fine and performing arts and math. But it gets even more egregious in high school because in addition to fine and performing arts and math, we add science and we double the fee. Why are we punishing students who take math? Why are we punishing students who take science? We should be paying our students to take math. And I mean, we say STEM, STEM, STEM. Why are we taxing students who take STEM classes? And finally, why are we punishing Moore County school students who participate in fine and performing arts? The fact of the matter is we should not be. And I think it's unconscionable Next slide, please. And then there's the famous $25 technology fees. You know, a decade or so ago, we're going to introduce computers. They're going to be cost savings. We're not going to have to buy books. Well, I don't remember there ever being a book fee. We introduced computers and technologies to be lower cost, but then all of a sudden, we're going to charge $25 for the lower cost alternative. And by the way, we no longer buy all those big expensive books. This is kind of nonsensical too, if you think it through. And, you know, that's a big number, $183,000. Next slide, please. So a summary, and then we'll talk about how we're going to pay for it, I believe, on the next slide, is if we eliminated the $10 student fee, the mandatory one, that's $128,000. If you add in the $25 graduation fee, that's $153,000. Well, you can see the numbers there. I don't need to read it all. So my recommendation is slightly changed because our budget process, I did this, I was planned on presenting this back in June, but I didn't get the opportunity. So the scenario's changed a little bit. But my recommendation is, and I'm going to introduce a motion that we eliminate the $10 fee this evening, and then we work towards so we eliminate the $10 fee this evening that all students pay for the academic year 23-24, and then we also talk to the we work towards eliminating all fees no later than academic year 24-25. But in the meantime, we take these dollar amounts and we go to the county commissioners and we say, look, here's the cost that it would take to eliminate all fees in Moore County schools. For the reasons we stated, we think it's unfair. So give us this money and we're going to eliminate the rest of the fees. So just to summarize, my motion is going to be that we actually, I guess I'll make two. We eliminate the $10 mandatory fee. And then my second, and then we can discuss and debate that, and that will pass or fail. Then my second motion is that the other fees, we take that total amount and we go to the county commissioners and we add that to our budget request so that we eliminate all of these fees. We eliminate the $10 fee, we eliminate the graduation fee, and we eliminate the tax that we place on our students for taking STEM classes in the fine and performing arts.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes, so my first motion is I make a motion that we eliminate the $10 mandatory fee for all students beginning in academic year 23-24.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Since David has talked about it and made
It's
his
open for
case.
discussion, right?
Pardon?
It's open for discussion now, right?
Yes, it's open for discussion.
So, you know, I seconded it, because I do want to talk about it. You know, the $10 student fee comes up to $128,000. The graduation fee comes up to $25,000. Why can't we, instead of eliminating like one of the highest income streams that's coming in, why not go down to the graduation fee and see how that works out? I'm concerned about if we say, yeah, okay, we want to eliminate all the $10 students fee, and how would that look to the county commissioners that say, hey, look, you just eliminated $128,000, but you want us to give you more money? I don't know.
Okay. Further discussion?
So look, let me add.
Have something?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, David, did you have?
No, go ahead, Stacy.
Okay, I was just gonna say, just a misconception for one thing. Teachers don't handle the fees. Usually parents pay online or it's an app. Everything goes to the front office for them to handle all the fees. But besides that, I wanted to also say that, of course, I would like to remove all the fees. I think that, like, in a world, that would be amazing. But I believe it would affect every school if we did. I believe that if we got rid of the $10, let's just say we did that, teachers would be not having their supplies that they need as far as paper copies, books, that type of thing. 'Cause those, I'm sorry, my dog. Those $10 fees go to a lot of the supplies that the teachers do use, secretarial wise. So that would be my only reasoning why I would vote against this.
Mr. Bachelor, can you go back a couple slides, please? Go backwards.
Is there, as of just before that, is there further discussion? Before the, yeah, what's that?
Shannon?
Question.
Yes, Shannon, go ahead.
I'll explain why here in a minute.
As far as where the funds go, but if Dr. Locklear could elaborate, exactly where they do go, that would be appreciated.
Dr. Locklear?
Yeah, like Ms. Codwell noted, these fees are going towards paying for instructional supplies, consumables, depending on which fee we're talking about. If you're talking about the $10 fee, you're talking about going towards instructional supplies, copy costs, consumables that our teachers are using in the classroom, et cetera. That's going to be budgeted out across the classrooms. When you're looking at the other fees like art and music, math fees, science fees at the high school, again, same type of premise. It's going to those consumables, paying for licensure, for buying musical selections, or buying consumable and supplies and arts, or the different type of supplies you would need for a science classroom with science projects, et cetera. With math, that dates back for buying calculators and batteries and things of that nature. So that's some of the historical perspective and context of where those fees have been used.
Okay, are there,
Does Pinckney not receive any fees or have any fees? I didn't see it on here. Maybe I overlooked it, but I didn't.
Pitney does not. Yeah, I was just looking at Mike to confirm, but Pitney does not collect fees
Why is that?
because of the unique nature of the school. Is that correct, Dr. Metcalf? Yeah.
So,
Those students would pay fees theoretically at their home school.
well, that would be correct, yeah. They would pay it, yeah. Okay, other people before I recognize Mr. Hensley for a second round. Okay,
I mean, I think this whole idea is terrific. The only one that I would really consider is the $10 mandatory fee just to walk into the school building. The other ones, I think you really need to have some skin in the game. Like I said today, I think that just paying that fee for technology, it gives you more value. You take care of something better. You have value in it. That's all.
okay, let me also use some time for myself. I think basically, first off, I wanted to correct something which I corrected before. The poll tax was eliminated by the 24th Amendment to the Constitution. That was in 1964, I believe.
It was 65, Bob.
65, was 24th Amendment was ratified in 1964.
Oh, my fault.
Okay. All right, because I've checked it. And the case which you're talking about, which is the 66 case of Harper versus Virginia, that was simply to overrule a previous Supreme Court case which upheld a poll tax. So effectively, I want to make sure that our students aren't writing in and saying, no, it wasn't a Supreme Court case. It was the 24th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States that eliminated the poll tax. But I digress. I actually agree that we should eliminate fees. My problem is that we were given somewhere between $2 and $4 million less than we asked for by the county commissioners. We have certain expansion requests which were made, and we spent 6 months on those expansion requests. They include an IEP coordinator. They include a new vice principal. I think it's at Cranes Creek. you're adding a new vice principal at any rate. A half of, where you only have half of vice principal, okay? We also need to raise the salaries of our,
Bus drivers.
of our bus drivers. We want to raise the salaries of our SROs. Unfortunately, the county commission, while they said they're going to help pay for our SROs, they're not necessarily going to pay for the salary increase. And then we were told today that we would be spending our fund balance down to zero, okay? There's a finite pot of money. If this $10 goes to consumables, things they need in the classroom, copiers, things like that, that's going to have to come from someplace because the teachers need copiers and the like. And we are also behind in our educational pursuits. And so while in a perfect world, I think that was what Ms. Caldwell said, in a perfect world, we would want to eliminate all fees. Okay, this is not a perfect world. And we are cash short and spending down what we're not going to be able to do our expansion projects. And one of the more interesting things is we just were arguing in an earlier in our work session about $225,000 or at least $100,000, and someone said, well, we could eliminate the permanent publicity officer. Okay, we're not in a position to willy-nilly start spending money, and this costs real dollars.
Have left the conference.
Okay, bummer. Okay, so I love the spirit of this. I will vote no on it because right now we can't afford it. Maybe if the county commissioners said that they'll give us another so much money, maybe we'll do it. But then again, I would ask that first $100,000 needs to go to an IEP coordinator because that to me is one of the most necessary things possible. But I don't know where we've got to give the teachers back this $100,000, where we're going to get that. I have no idea. Go ahead, Mr. Benway.
To me, these fees represent unfunded requirements. They more properly belong in the budgeting process. Perhaps not this year, but looking into next year, let's take a hard look at phasing them out and budgeting for them. We'll revalidate them and budget for them.
I do agree.
Right, and that's why, okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, so
Mr. Hensley.
so in my second round, let me address these in order.
Joining the conference.
So to Ms. Caldwell's question about how the schools need this money, for the third time today, in my third slide, right there, the second bullet, it says schools are dependent on fees. We must replace the funding to schools. I said that twice today. I'm not sure how I could have communicated that any more plainly. My plan is to make the schools whole. Again, that's the third time I've said that today. And it's written down for everyone to see. Secondly, about 40% of the these are the maximum fees. About 40% of the students are exempted from these fees. So they're only collecting about 60% of that $128,000. Okay. To Mr. Holmes's point about why did I select the $10 fee first, that's because I consider it unconstitutional, and I think anyone who's a constitutionalist, if your Constitution says, and again, this is the third time I've said this, if your Constitution says free public education, I don't care whether it's 50 cents, $10, or $500, to a constitutionalist, it doesn't matter. free is free and $10 is not free. And we passed a constitutional amendment to do away with a $2 poll tax. And then we had a Supreme Court case 2 years later to validate that. So fees are not free. To Mr. Benway's point, I actually remember this is a two-prong approach. My first motion is to do away with the $10. And I wanted to avoid this in this session, but Mr. Batchelor, if you could go on to the last slide, I'll explain to you exactly how we're going to pay this, and I explained it this morning. Right after the last election, when we got elected, Mr. Levy and Ms. Nagy resigned the next day. Mr. Levy and I had a meeting with the superintendent. And by the way, I talked about this a little bit this morning, so I'll just be more plain now. Mr. Levy and I had a meeting with the superintendent a week or so after the election, just kind of considered a transition meeting, and we just kind of said, hey, you know, here's where we want to have the swearing in, here's where we want to do this is kind of how we see things unfolding, you know. And one of the things that we told the superintendent is there is no way that this board would ever support having two public affairs officers. And we asked the superintendent to eliminate that position, the second position, and just have one public affairs person because, as I said this morning, the county has 0 public affairs person. It's a collateral duty of their board secretary. For whatever reason, the superintendent has not eliminated that position. He has clung to it, and I've asked him several times to take personnel action, and he's refused to do it. Okay, that's the superintendent's choice. He's had 6 months. So let's look at the public affairs officer. The previous public affairs officer made $102,000 per year. Let me say that again. The previous public affairs officer made $102,000 a year, plus, as we know, 28, actually it's 31% in benefits, Social Security plus public retirement. So that's a total of, it's actually more than I have up there. I have 130. It's actually about $132,000 a year. That position is still there. This board is never going to allow the superintendent to hire a second public affairs person. We've asked the superintendent to pare back the responsibilities of that job and hire one person, but that hasn't happened. So where do we fund eliminating actually both the graduation fee and the $10 fee? We eliminate this position and we come out ahead with money. That's how we pay for that. That's fully funded. Then the second half, which is going to be my next motion, we total it up. It's about $300,000, and we go to the county commissioners and we say, hey, we want to eliminate fees because look at this, we're charging students to attend STEM classes. We want to encourage students to attend STEM classes. And then we see what the county commissioners have to say. So we are phasing it in. And then to Mr. Levy's point, what he said about the IEP coordinator, you could say that about everything. Okay, great. So let's vote this down and let's take this position and let's convert it to an IEP coordinator. But the fact of the matter is, as I said this morning, we are Moore County Schools, in spite of the fact that we constantly plead poverty like every other government organization, Moore County Schools is awash in money. And the evidence that I presented this morning is in 2019-2020, the Moore County School operational budget was $120 million a year. $120 million a year operational budget 3 years ago, 4 years ago. 1990 to 2020 was, 2019 to 2020, it was $120 million. 4 years later, going into, this year, 22-23, 3 years later, the amended budget that we just passed was $188 million. That's a 50% increase in per student funding in 3 years. A 50% increase in 3 years. Our enrollment was steady. We didn't have a 50% increase in students. We didn't have a 50% increase in the rating of our schools. We had a 50% budget increase in the last 3 years. But we plead poverty. We pled poverty in 22, 23, yet we did all kinds of great when Ms. Purvis came on board and started identifying issues in the operations department. We had all kinds of money to fix longstanding issues. We started a fleet management program. We replaced driver's ed cars. We replaced maintenance vehicles. We had all kinds of money while we were pleading poverty. In spite of what the chair says, we seem to come up with all kinds of money for all kinds of stuff while pleading poverty. We can eliminate this. We can eliminate it by doing this position. Quite frankly, we've got money for the IEP coordinator. Where's the zero-based budget that we said we were going to do? I haven't heard anything about a zero-based budget. As we talked about this morning, despite the apologists and the excuses, I and Mr. Paserno have been asking for a very specific report that the central office has not produced. For over a year, we've been asking for this very specific report, which we believe will allow both the county commissioners and I to know exactly where our money's being spent on personnel, but it hasn't been produced. So we don't know where the money is, and that's one of my frustrations as a board member, that the other board members, you got to ask yourself how we constantly plead poverty, but we got money for every project. We just spent $1 million on computers. Where did that money come? Oh, it's ESSER funds. Wait a minute, I thought we already spent our ESSER funds. I mean, 6 months ago, we were told all our ESSER funds were, but now we've got more ESSER funds. Where did that money? We had a 50% increase in the budget in the last 3 years. And then we can't come up with $128,000 to return money to our citizens. It's ludicrous. So that's all I got to say on this. I say we vote on it.
Okay,
May I make my comments on my recommendation, Superintendent, on this motion?
please.
I do not recommend this at this time. I would recommend that approach like Mr. Benway noted, that if the board does want to move towards eliminating fees, that would do that in an approach where we're planning that out over the next budget year, and we're looking at how we phase that in over the next budget year. I would also note on some of the things that Mr. Hensley noted, like I was told to eliminate a position. I did get feedback from some board members around those positions. I chose to take a step back and follow and take a few months with that, and to analyze where we were as a school district with our needs with communications. I want to commend our interim director for communications for the job that he's done with that. But I also believe that we needed to take a broader look at that and possibly redesign what we were doing. I've communicated that up front from the very beginning when I originally posted for that vacancy, that I did want to look at redesigning those roles and make sure we're doing that in an efficient way based on the needs of our organization. And would just note that we're always going to try to make every effort to be transparent and to provide every bit of information we can to our partners with the county commissioners, County Manager Vest, Mr. Paserno, and of course to this board. I take that obligation very seriously, so I do appreciate that, but I do not recommend moving forward with this. It does not, I am not in favor of it. Superintendent, don't recommend it, but do recommend that we take a approach throughout the year of looking at this is where the board wants to go. We would look at how we can phase this out and figure that out in our budget. Thank you.
Let me just say, so I get the last word, I think Mr. Benway's approach is wise. It's very wise. We have to plan for this. One of the things that we have to avoid doing, and I was against some other spending earlier today in our work session, this ad hoc type of stuff, where all of a sudden we have a good idea and it goes to the head of the line. Can't do that. As far as zero-based budgeting is concerned, I welcome a zero-based budget and I hope we have a zero-based budget, and I hope the Budget Committee will develop a zero-based budget for next year. We don't have a zero-based budget today. I have to trust our financial people. When they tell me that we don't have enough money for something, I got to trust them because they're a lot smarter than I am with regard to what we have and what we need and what we can expect. And this is a good idea. There's no question it's a good idea. But it needs to be integrated into a plan. So with that, if there's nothing further, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, I believe it's to eliminate the $10 fee. Am I correct? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3.
3.
Okay. Opposed? 1, 2. Ms. Caldwell?
I oppose.
3.
I oppose.
And the 4.
All right, so
It fails 4 to 3. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's move to the superintendent's report if you have anything additional, Dr. Locklear.
Only that, I just want to thank the board for their engagement in a very long day of deliberation and discussion and information. Just want to thank the board for their engagement, and I appreciate that. So I have nothing else further to report.
Board comments, Mr. Benway.
None here.
Okay. Ms. Bruno,
I said my piece.
Mr. Holmes. And Ms. Caldwell.
No, I don't have anything. The only other thing, though, we need to make sure, are we going into closed session after this still?
Yes, we are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and Ms. Davis. Is Ms. Davis?
Comments at this time, if Miss Cindy could let me know if there's a different way that me and Miss Caldwell need to call into the closed session. Otherwise, we'll just stay on the line, I assume.
That's correct. Stay on the line, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Hensley.
I have nothing.
And I'm not going to add anything at this
Are
time.
you serious?
I'm very serious.
Are you sure?
Well, you want me to change my
No,
mind?
I don't. I'm just,
All right, I think brevity is the best way to deal with today's events. Okay, so let us. Is there a motion to recess?
To recess the closed session, you can simply go back into closed session based on the previous motion.
Do I need a motion to go back into closed session?
You do, well, no, you don't. You can just go back into closed session.
Okay, then we will stand in.
Announce it.
Okay, we will stand in recess, and we will be going into closed session. The only business that we're going to, just going to be transpired, will be to adjourn the meeting at the end of the, at the end of the closed session. So I thank everyone who came, and thank you for your patience. So we're in recess.